Good morning, and a little earlier than usual. Last week we were going after what we call Abu Dhabi. A little bit later on, I might tell you a little story about Abu Dhabi, but we'll wait. And you can see that's been captured. And then during the week, some of the others have pushed forward even more. I've taken Juliet, which is below Abu Dhabi, and then it looks like we're moving on to Palmyra, which is one of the main sites that is left. We've still got a few more further down. Oh shit! Shoot! That popped out, didn't it? We've still got a few more further down the map, but it looks like another couple of weeks and this will be finished, which is good. The intention is that when Christmas comes, we'll do some English Channel version 2 or Channel 2 PvP World War II stuff. Okay, that will be open to everybody, and it'll just be something fun to do around Christmas time. As it happens, I'm off Christmas, but I know somebody who's working. So our Christmas dinner won't be on Christmas Day, it'll be whenever. And we're just like, that's fine. So there might be a bit more flying over Christmas, as we've both got different holidays. So one of the things I'm going to do here is try and set up somewhere along this area a SAM site. That makes logical sense to me. So I'm going to try and move down from here, down to there, and set up a SAM site somewhere in these mountains, and see if that helps. That will start to provide us a relatively safe corridor from, as you can see, these F4Es. Okay, if anyone's got any questions, please jump in. As you can probably hear, I have got something starting. Bunged up, snotty, sneezy, everything really. So I'll just cope the best I can. The other thing is, hey, hello. The other thing is that I've got some tyres coming. Someone's coming to fit some tyres for me. It saves me going to the garage. So I will have to deal with that. It won't take 5 minutes and the guy just gets on with it. I've got hopefully copious tea's going to be made today. And I've got my AI tea bot. So we'll move on. Right, so I'm going to take off hopefully from Juliet and move down here and then set up this SAM site. That's the plan. And to do that, I'll use a Chinook, which is the best way of doing it, I think. So we'll go to select a role, join the Blue Coalition. Select join. I think it was Juliet, wasn't it? Dynamic slots. Oh, can we not spawn at Juliet, or is it a fob? Yeah, we should be able to. Okay, so we want a Chinook. We want a Chinook basically. Not interested in putting anything on there to shoot. And we'll just say okay. Right, let's have a look. So there was a fob at Juliet, I wasn't sure. Let's just check the map again. That's going to make life a little bit easier. So we've got the refinery. I'm not sure what's at uniform. It seems to be red, but I'll try and drop something off, possibly down here. That's probably closer than it seems. 50k from there. Somewhere around here is a good point, I think. And we're going from Juliet, so it's not that far. It always looks far on a map. So it's about 50k. Okay, we'll get this thing started. Man, every week, isn't it? Right, we're going to put the battery on and then start the APU. We're going to press it down to the run for 2, I think, and then 5 down. And this is the bit every week I say, and I don't know why I forget, but I do. So it'll go down for, or is it 5 and 2? 2. And then down for 5. And then we let go. And we should hear some semblance of engine start. And then the APU light will light on after a little bit. Not sure if this is actually the right way around. Did I do 2 and 5? It's probably 5 and 2. Yeah, I think it might be 5 and 2. Every single time, isn't it, that I get it wrong? But never mind. One day it'll sink in. Okay, so we switch it down for about 5 seconds, and then down for 2, and then let go. We should hear something start, and then the light come on. There we go. Excellent. So once we've got the APU on and ready, seems a bit quiet at the moment. I'm not sure what it's like to you guys. Then I'm going to switch on the APU power. So we should see all the screens light up now. We're going to go through a simple system. This is still nowhere near finished. Still very early. That'll take off all these caution summaries, and then we'll deal with these after. So if we look up, we're going to switch on the crossfeed valve first, and then we're going to scroll the mouse wheel over this pump until it drops down to ground, which is there. We're then going to squeeze the engine start over to engine 1, and we're going to look at the NG over here, and we're going to wait for the number here to get to 12, and then let go of the engine start. I'll only do this the first time, by the way, so if you're bored already, every time I jump into something new, then I'll go through the startup process. So we can see the numbers there. It's up to 12, let go, and then it's just a case of waiting now for this nice and bright coloured Chinook, so we can discreetly sneak over the enemy territory. Hopefully we can load things here. I think we should be able to. Okay, when this gets up to, I think it's about 63. Yeah. Then we can start second engine. You can see already that a lot of those caution summaries have disappeared. Now we're going to look up. Shall I put the fuel on? That helps, doesn't it? Give it a bit of fuel flow. Okay, I'm going to put the fuel flow on now for the right engine, aft and forward, and scroll this down. I'm surprised it started, but then again, as I said, it's early access, so some of these things might not do what you're seeing. Same for the right engine. Hold it till NG for engine number 2 says 12, and then let go, and then wait for it to spool up. If anyone's got any questions, I think there's only 2 people on. One of those will be myself. So I could ask myself a question, I suppose. I'm on a little bit early today. I'm supposed to be going out a little bit later, but it depends on a phone call. Right, so these are both up to, it says 63, if I'm looking at the right place. The screen's changed. We're going to wind them up now to flight mode. There's one. There's the second one. And once that's there, we're going to switch on the generators. Generator 1, generator 2. Hey, Wombat. Hey, hello, Alex. How are you both? You alright? So I'm a bit bunged up at the moment, as you can tell, but I'll just do what I can do. Right, we're going to switch the APU off. How's things, Wombat? From when? At the moment, it's quite good, and the way some guys updated the Foothold missions to work is absolutely excellent. They just work. Hey, Wrinkle Groupie. Oh, right. Cheap viewers. What's the point of cheap viewers? That's ridiculous, isn't it? There's quite a few updates. Any really big changes? I don't think so, off the top of my head, because you just get used to doing it. And it's running really well, it's playing really well, to be honest. And I am going to sneeze in a second or two. Just bear with me. One thing with having two mics is you're going to get surround sound sniffing, and I try not to give you surround sound sneezing. It does sound quite deafening, definitely the way I sneeze. So no, there's nothing major. It's playing really nice. It's looking really nice, to be honest. As I said, some guys gone into the Foothold series of missions because the original guy didn't keep them up to date after a year or so, which is fair enough. It's a big job, and he basically rewrote aspects of them, and it works incredibly well. It's done a really good job on it. So we're playing on one of those at the moment. Right, I need to switch the Eggy on. Eggy's embedded GPS inertial navigation system. Shifty, I haven't seen him for a while. He pops on occasionally. I think it's his period. Usually during the year he doesn't stream, if you remember, for a bit. He has some time off from it. And I can't remember if he's at that point at the moment. Right, okay, so I haven't seen him for a while, and because of the way I'm working at the moment, I'm just getting so little time. That'll probably change soon, no doubt. You're going to put the Eggy on, so we click it twice, and we do the same for Eggy 2, click it twice. I'm going to put the RWR on, and you'll hear all the voices. In fact, this might be a bit quiet for me, so I'm going to have to turn my volume up a little bit. There we go. What you've got to consider is both are really, really good. Have you already got the F-18? I'm assuming that you may have. And if you've told me before, I do apologise. Right, okay. F-14 is really, really good, right? It's, I think it's carrier based off the top of my head. It is, but it's better, right? And this is the thing. It's better if you've got someone flying with you. Okay, there's a sail on, is that at the moment? So it is carrier based. I thought it was. Out of the two, the F-16 is somewhere in the middle. The F-16 is a really nice plane, don't get me wrong. But you can duplicate some of the things using the F-18, the F-14. The F-14 is really nice. People moan mostly about the AI, and the problem is with that, if you're flying it with two people, it's great. If you're flying it by yourself, I'm not so sure it's so great, although it's a nice plane. Do you know what I mean? And if you've got the F-18, then I think you can do more with that, and you've also got the carrier as well. I would hang on a minute and wait till there's a few people on. I have got the F-14. I've probably only flown it once, and it's like anything. When there's two people in there and you're working together, it's really, really good fun. So if you've got someone you can fly with who's got one, that's even better. If you're flying solo, the AI is never quite there, and it'll jump. I'm not a heli man now. I'll get in the A10 again soon, and the F-18. The F-18, I screwed myself a little bit because I got the F-18 stick and the Warthog stick, and it's so fiddly to change them. And as I'm getting older, it's really difficult to actually put the cable, which is only just the right length. You have to get a pair of pliers and be able to slot it in, and it concerns me that I'll end up breaking pins. As a consequence, it's a pain in the ass to swap joysticks. Might have to get a new base at some point. Anyway, moving on. So I would wait. There's a few people who do fly the F-14, but as I said, AI, and AI is the same for everything. If I remember right, I heard people complaining that they'd do something in the F-14 and the AI guy just jumped out. He'd jump out. He'd panic. You gotta laugh. Anyway, this here, there's a cyclic trim and the default is set to automatic. Okay, if you leave it on auto, I am in a heli, especially with these missions. Let me show you the mission. Morning, pup. So you can see it's very close fort and also lots of aircraft. The problem is it's a more, I would say, resource logistical game, and with the helis it's a little bit easier. With an A10 going round, sometimes depending on the mission, especially when everything's so close, it's just like you're going round with a target on your head. Do you know what I mean? I will fly the A10, and I have done in the past. It's just that you take off, you get there, and you're shot down a little bit quick sometimes, so it gets a little bit difficult. If we've got a lot of people on and full support, then you stand a little bit more chance. Body Brezhnev. Thank you for the follow there. So we're going to switch this on to 2. Let's switch them on to both and switch on the countermeasures, but it'll be on bypass. You right, pup? Okay. So this is actually started up. So what? Oh, after you're ice skated. So what I need to do now is open the back doors, which I've just requested, and see if I can actually load logistics from here. I should be able to. Because what I want to do is take a SAM site down to this location to give some sort of air cover. That's the plan. You see these guys going around on patrol. There's a base there, there's a base there. I think we'll be going for this. So I need to fly down, drop these guys off, give us a bit of SAM cover. That's the plan anyway. Right, so this mission's got CTLD in and quite a few things, and again, everything's been tweaked and it works incredibly well. So we go to manage crates, we get crates, we want to SAM AAA, want to create a Hawk site. You can see the weight of it, okay, and we're going to get and load. Okay, so I've loaded a Hawk site on here, and I think I can, no, it's not worth getting supplies at the moment, so I'm going to shut this. Now, as I said, this helicopter's in early access. It's gone through quite a few iterations. Flight handling initially was really wallowy. So that's like sort of being on a boat, the way that it sort of swings from side to side. And because they've introduced that trim function now, this flies really nicely. Okay, anyone got any questions before I take off? There's no hood at the moment, and me being me, I can't even read these numbers. There's a couple of things I need to do I haven't done yet, I've just spotted. So we'll change this, put a bigger arrow on there, switch this on so we've got the map on, and that's the number. So it looks like I'm heading 84, and the problem is with that is you can see I can't see that from where we are, so I need to go in this direction, which is 174. Okay, I think that's what that says. Yeah, 174 for about 50k. So I need to take off. Flying it is actually relatively easy initially. Look, it'll just go up in the air. Even with all that weight on, it is unbelievable. What did I say? 174. Is that right? Pointing 80 degrees. So if I go right. Oh, you and your supplies. So I need to go down this way. I need to keep relatively low. And put my head tracking back on as normal now. I'm in the general direction. I hope. I might need to go left a little bit. So I need to keep quite low. The problem with these is they are really they're buggers for VRSing. As everybody knows, helicopters VRS at the drop of the hat, some more than others. This one you feel quite good, quite safe, and then at the last minute it'll get you. Just making some adjustments here. Isn't it? I was trying to just do it so I can let go, because I've got a cup of tea here that if I'm not careful is going to be going cold. Let's check my direction. I'm a little bit out there. Just need to go a little bit left. So if I can get down there, I can pop this sun out. Every time I'm trying to put the trim on, it wants to seem to climb, but so I can get some semblance of control over it. Anyone got any questions? It is actually quite fast, this, especially compared to the Apache. And for those who have just come on, I do apologise, I am a bit bunged up. There seems to be a bit of a coldy flu thing around, even though I had the flu jab. This particular strain that has come out is not the same as the flu jab. The other thing is I'm expecting a guy to come and fit some tyres, so at some point I am just going to have to walk away for a couple of minutes. Usually takes him about 20 minutes or so, but all I'm doing is opening the car up for him. It's all ready. Hey Mr. Camel. It's a tax people. What oh, flu thing, is that what it is? Flu virus. I was having to think then, I'm not too bad, but last time I had anything that although I did have a really bad temperature for 24 hours. That one just pulled half my brain out and took a month before I was back to normal. I couldn't even talk properly because I couldn't keep up with my own conversation. Can you imagine? I remember I cancelled my streaming for a few weeks, and it was because I'd sit in a plane and look at it and I just would not have a clue. It just wasn't there anymore, and it's like pretty bizarre. Anyway, how are you, Camel? Are you still burning the candle at both ends to get the job done? We've just... yeah, I thought so. Yeah, you just lying in bed at the moment watching. Hoping I don't mention your name and so you don't have to respond. Did you get any flying in during the week? I noticed there's quite a bit more being done on the mission. But it seems like I don't know whether the server crashed, but I know sometimes the login time's out. But not only that, it completely lost all video outputs as well. So I restarted everything this morning. Oh yeah, no, I can imagine. As the saying goes, make hay while the sun shines, huh? Or something like that. Right. So it's not too far a flight. I'm going to have to try and do this left-handed. I'll pause my head tracking, but I'm going to have to try and do it left-handed, which might not work too well, especially coming to the hills, because I need to drink this cup of tea. But let's try. And a little bit higher. Oh, I slept then. That's my alarm. Hey matey, you alright? Did you notice the server had dropped off sometime during the week? It should have pinged me. I would have come and had a look. I think what happens is the login account times out after a period. So it's sort of when that times out, it just disconnects it. But when I come to the computer, it was doing nothing and I couldn't even say anything. So I had to reboot it from scratch. So whether it was something else or not, I don't know. Everything that was captured is still captured, so I see Rick's been on it. I don't know who else has been on it, but I can see it's moved on a bit. I'm sort of... I'm going down to drop SAM site off on one of the routes down to Palmyra. It's quite a bit of air activity, so that's what I'm doing at the moment. Obviously I started a bit earlier, so I thought I'll take an executive decision. I didn't know whether it was better to go down and take all the ancillary things out and close the base down, but I thought I'll just go straight for this base. I think all... Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen the mountains because I was having a look at the map first of all, and I thought this looks quite good. Was that on the original Apache training ground mission? Oh right, okay. I think I know where you're on about. Yeah, the airfield's off to the right if you sort of... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that there was a good run through the mountains, and then there's some raised land within shooting distance as well, off to the one side. But it always looks more raised on the map than it actually is, but we'll see. So this is obviously the refinery. So I need to scoot. Now I'm not going to scoot over the mountain and raise myself up. What I may do is go down to the mountain where that road cuts through and follow this down and then hang a left to try and give myself a little bit more cover. There's so few people on DCS. When I came on, I looked on the DCS streaming figures, and there were 12 people watching, and I was like, it's just soul destroying, isn't it? That's why I always try and encourage everybody to, when they play, just stream it. It doesn't matter how good, how bad you are, or anything. In fact, sometimes it helps if you're learning something from scratch. It makes it much more relatable to people and reachable. If they're that used to coming onto streams where it looks like people know the way around everything, there's a tendency to automatically think, oh, I'm never going to know all that, or, you know, that's too long-winded, etc. And that's not really the case. I'll tell you what we did once, right, a long time ago, is somebody, one of the viewers, managed a camera. So 3 or 4 of us streamed, right? The other 3 weren't doing the talking, so you got different views. And I've talked about this a little bit before, and one of the guys managed a camera. Now, especially when it comes to the World War II stuff, so that rather than just seeing it from like a first person, I don't know. Other than Syria, I used to get away with a 32 gig of RAM and a 1080 Ti, and it was only when I changed to this kit that it changed. If you're not on Syria and you're using corkscrews in that, it's doable. It's just that now some of the maps are getting like ridiculous. I mean, in 1080p you need a 6 meg up, which is what I'm using on this. It's only when you get to Syria, 32 gig just doesn't cut it. That's what I streamed on for donkeys till I started running out of memory completely and then crashing left, right and centre. Right, I think this is the road. Cuts through this there. I've got to try and get down to that red circle. Is it this bit here? No, I don't think it is it? I'm trying to avoid is going high up over the mountains and then sort of, you know, like raising a bloody flag. So I think it might be the next one. For those that can afford it, and I'm not saying people can or not, there are external devices you can use to stream. Any tips on the F-18? Higher aviation, just be aware that what you're watching and my response is about a minute if I notice it, because you're looking on YouTube. And this is a Chinook, by the way. I was just coming to that 1 minute, Camel. So, any tips on the F-18? Yeah. There is a series of PDF documents that somebody put together called Chuck's Guide. If you literally Google Chuck's, CHUCKS guides, you'll find one on the F-18. And when you're learning, even though you've got tutorials and things, they tend to be a little bit, if you miss a step or you can't follow it, quite difficult. So if you look at Chuck's guides, one of the things he's done, he has gone through various processes step by step. And not only that, he's also put pictures, right? That wasn't quite a good term, was it? He's illustrated everything, labelled images and things to look for, and then gone through it step by step. So for instance, instead of having a tutorial just going on at you or asking me questions, right, which can be useful, especially if I'm in the plane you're talking about, if you go through and say you want to know how to drop a particular bomb, he'll have a section on it, on how to fire that weapon, how to set it up, how to go about it, what the screen should look like, what you need to do, etc, etc. I've cut off too early here, look. And it is absolutely brilliant. He's done a whole series on lots of things. So in the first instance, look at Chuck's Guide, or Chuck's Guides. I think it's chucksguides.com. If you're in Twitch, there is a shortcut to that, but obviously not on YouTube. So that's a very good starting point. There's a lot of videos out there, but just be careful, because some of the videos are really old and it's been updated since. Okay? Whereas with his book, he does tend to keep it up to date. But have a look for that, and I think you'll find that will help you out a lot, to be honest. So I'm flying the Chinook, by the way, in relation to the question, and I'm carrying with me a hawk sight so that I can basically put a SAM sight out here and give us some protection when we're attacking the site. As soon as I've landed, I'll sort of go over the scenario we've got and what we're doing. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you want like real time, you can hear some chat in the background very faintly. That is people on the Twitch where I've got a speech to text, so I can hear what you're asking rather than having to read the chat. Because sometimes when you're trying to read chat fly, it doesn't take much and then you've sort of crashed. So I think this is the area I was after. Look. So I'm slowing down because this thing does have a little tendency to want to plop itself down or VRS at the last minute. So I'm slowing down as slow as I can go, finding a nice little bit of flat, and then what I'll do is open the door, unload and construct a hawk site. It hasn't got much cover here by the looks of it, but we'll see. Oh, I'm down quicker than I expected to be, but never mind, that's good enough. So I'm going to open the back doors. Not too far away from where I wanted to be. This is ideal. Not quite on the dot, but good enough. So if we look out the back, the doors are opening. Now, the equipment that I'm downloading is either in the overhead lockers or it's tucked away under the seats in the back, okay? So you might not see it in there, but it is definitely in there. So what I'll do now is call up the CTLD. CTLD is a script. It's complete transport and logistics. Well, it would be if I went to the right page. And it was originally written by some guy, and somebody else has basically updated it all. So I'm carrying a hawk site which is really heavy. I'm going to drop and build. One of the things I need to do is get out the way, right? Otherwise it's going to try and build this hawk site on me. I'll shut the door at the same time. We'll move over here a little bit. I'm a lot lighter now, so we'll turn round and we should see a hawk site appear. Hopefully I'm far enough away. I might not be, but you never know. And the reason I'm moving a little bit, and I'm probably still within the radius. No, I'm not. I'm good. There we go. So all of that, right, was, as I said, in the overhead lockers or tucked under the seats, which is quite amazing really how much you can get in these things. So now when we look on the map, if I switch on the radars, we can see that we've suddenly got a level of air cover from this point, okay? And that will give us some air cover when we're moving down to try and take this location. Right, anyone got any questions? So what I'll do is, I don't think, no there wasn't, was there? I'll have to fly this back. Right, so let's look. I need to just fly back 357 and get back up there. Back doors should be shut. If you stay where you are when you do a drop and unload, a drop and build, there's a good chance they'll try and build some of that within your aircraft. Yeah, go and have a look for them, Aviation, see what you find, and I think you'll be surprised how good they really are. He really does a good job. Now I know some people don't like documentation in terms of, you know, you don't read manuals. And the manuals for DCS, which you can find if you look hard enough, are extremely dry, and a lot of people don't read them. I mean, I've got some printed book. Well, I have a printed book for the Shark, the P51, and an A10, going back donkey's years. And because I used to work away from home, and I don't mind reading manuals, I can't read stories, but basically I used to read these things in hotels when I was staying there for the week. And then I used to watch videos and it made sense to me then. But I don't mind learning from a book or something like that, but I know a lot of people don't. Where am I going? Just finding my way back. Probably went completely the wrong way, but this way somewhere. You're about to follow the mountains. This is the trouble when you're trying to read these numbers. Is you zoom in that much, and before you know where you are, your chopper's all over the place. So I should be able to fly up to this ridge. Probably gone a little bit too far now. The alternative, of course, is just flicking out. Yeah, I've gone too far. The F-18, have you just bought it in the sale by any chance, if you're still there? I can understand if you've gone looking for Chuck's guides. I think somebody just said earlier there was a sale on. Is this the autumn sale, is it, by any chance? There will be a winter sale, and I can't believe they've started the winter sale yet. But there will be a Chinese New Year sale, a first drop of rain, the first, beam of spring and stuff like that. There's about a minimum of 4 sales up to a maximum of 6, 7 or even 8 sales with DCS. Oh, Thanksgiving sale. Is it just a one day? Right, okay. Yeah, any excuse for a sale. I just don't know why they wouldn't just drop the prices permanently until the 27th. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of these things I would always buy in the sale. Or sometimes you've just got to consider how much work and effort has gone into them. And, it's not going to hurt paying full price for something. But don't do it on Steam, because then Steam take a cut. Do it on buy it from DCS. The other thing with DCS is that if you go onto their website and you download your game from there, you'll get access to free trials that you will not get on Steam. I think I'm in the right place now. I can't see this map very well. I think I'm probably... Oh no, I need to go a little bit right. Probably follow this ridge up. I'm alright when I can see my compass and stuff. Last week I was in the Black Shark. Didn't get around to firing, although I went through all the detail and the firing how to and demonstrated it. But then I was on a short one because I'd got to go and collect lease from work. This week I'm supposed to be going out, need to be in town for 3 o'clock. But I haven't heard from the person, so I'm expecting a phone call from her. And then I'll finish at 2, probably, normal, although I started earlier. And I'm also having some tyres fitted to the car, so I've got a couple of interruptions today. I've got a responsive AI bot tea lady, just sitting waiting for my commands. And she's obviously playing a game at the moment. That's what AI does when it's not in use. Hey! Dr. Shambles, I presume. You alright, Sham? Oh, that sounded like a noise then. She's not here. She's gaming. Hey, Lisa. See, no response. Might be on sleep mode. Oh, did you hear that? Sorry, darling. Did you hear that? Sorry, that distracted me then. That's made me laugh and look away.
What? Who said that?
Camel said, give him a smack on the ear.
Hang on a minute.
Hey, you can't flip my ear. I was talking about my AI bot.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I was going, hey, Lisa, and all I heard, I don't know whether you guys heard it, you may have done, was, I'm on the toilet.
Stop pestering me.
I'm not pestering. Oh, right, okay, this is pestering, is it? How many cups of tea have you made me this morning?
One.
How many?
Two, maybe?
No. Definitely not. One. So.
What?
Ass, kitchen.
Shut it.
Cup,
now.
tea.
Shut it now.
These are words that I taught her.
No, you don't teach me anything.
She's getting all cottony now, aren't you?
Shut up.
Has anyone else got one of these at home? They're great fun. Not very conversational, but they're great fun. If the guy comes, which I haven't had a message yet, my keys are on the stairs and the bolt is on the chair. The keys are on the stairs and the bolt he wants is on the passenger seat. Sorry, what was that? Camel said blink twice, Lise, if you need help. If you need help. She's fine. She's had a stressy day at work and I'm here to help wind down. That's how it works. It's a symbiotic relationship. She makes tea, I pick her up from work. That sounds good to me. Although yesterday I gave her some money for Ubering both ways because I didn't go in. I phoned in sick. I'm not great. And I woke up at 3:30 and I really felt rough. There's a bit of a flu thing going around in the UK at the moment. Flu/COVID thing again. That is not the same as the strain for the flu jab. So if you're like me who has flu jabs all the time, this isn't it. Morning, Barbie. How are you? Right, so this is a little bit faster going back by the looks of it, in as much as the fact that I'm not carrying that way to that hawk site. I'm a few people short. There's 3 of us on at the moment. Last week we actually got up to about 8 or 9. If anyone wants to join in and fly with us. Unfortunately, this track is a little bit barren compared to some of them. We're on Syria map and we're flying a mission called Foothold Syria. It's persistent mission. So every time something's blown up, it's written back to the server. So if the server crashes or we start again, it means we can pick up from where we left off. It's also left on 24/7, so you're more than welcome. Sorry about that. Hey, is it worth buying the Persian Gulf map? As a map, it's a really nice map because you've got desert and you've also got water. But to be honest, I'm not sure of the difference in price, but I would say one of the best maps, and the reason for that is the differences in terrain it provides. One of the better maps is Syria. The only problem is it takes up a hell of a lot of memory, and if you were to try streaming and you'd only got 32 gig of memory and you tried, say, streaming to Twitch, you will crash a lot. Okay, so just bear that in mind. It is very demanding, but I'll show you the map in a minute. where we are now is obviously very barren. I can't tell if there's water or my fob. Could be my fob. It's very barren, so it doesn't look that great. It's the only thing on a good sale right now, really. It's a nice map. That could be a solar system there, not a fob. It is a nice map, and we have played. It will probably end up on there depending on whether the Syria version of Foothold has been updated. It's also, thanks darling. No, you're supposed to say, here you go, thank you. Here's your tea, sir. What happened to that bit? And then I woke up. No, this is just a square pool, perfectly square. Okay, look, my missiles are doing things. So where's this fob? So I think those missiles might need some trucks. Anyone see where the fob is? Let's zoom in a little bit. That's what I'm trying to get this down so I can do this right in the middle. Oh, you've placed a fob down by the what's-its, have you? Okay, mate. Well, the missiles were kicking off. Oh, so they waited till the Russians had shot us down. How many gigs in general? Right. Are we talking how much? You can play DCS. Yeah. You can generally, if you're not streaming or anything, you can just about, and I mean just about, get away with 16 gig. But that's probably playing Corxes, which is the default map. When you start doing anything more extravagant and you're doing multiplayer, you're going to need more. So what I would do, if anyone is unsure about whether their computer can handle DCS and you don't want to commit, the best way of doing that is to download DCS from the DCS website and register, right, an account. When you do that, you will be able to download for free most of the maps and most of the modules, and they all work for 2 weeks. And what that will do is give you the opportunity of testing your machine with these different maps and things. Okay, if you go to the Steam and download it from Steam, that is not something that you will get. And all you've got to do is go onto your account online on DCS, and then there's a little, on the main page, there's a little drop down, and it tells you what licenses you've got. And if you click that drop down, it will show you all the other things available for trial, and you'll get the trial for 2 weeks. Yeah, that is fair enough. Morning, Stingy. That's fair enough. But yeah, the website does give you those options, and you'll tend to find you get longer sales. So if you are on Steam at the moment, you can actually convert. There is a big section on the DCS forum. The links are on the Twitch side of the stream. No, to be honest, matey, I don't have don't encourage, and I don't do any of it. I'm not interested whether people follow, subscribe, start things off, trains. I just feel that most of the time Twitch, because bear in mind that Twitch get 50% of any money given, I just feel that most of the time all I want people to do is come on, learn something, and then I'm quite happy they can disappear off and hopefully enjoy the game. Do you know what I mean? So as for the rest of it, as for all the pretty pictures, icons and things, I think that might have floated my boat when I was younger, but I'm just too old for it. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying earlier. When I come on, I looked and there was 12 viewers on DCS. 12. You can get more for just sitting there talking complete oh, hang on, that's exactly what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And it's such a shame, but some of that reason is people think it's a little bit too complex, a bit too far, a bit too advanced, and it's not. Hey, hello. Oh, Brody. I just realised the BRO zeros. Thank you very much. So I drop out of this mainstream streaming thing in terms of, you know, I do it just to give people info. Yeah, of course it is, exactly. Your sub hasn't been renewing, Brody, dear me. It's fine. Anyway, Persian Gulf map. Right, so this map, as I said, is probably one of the best. The reason being is that, excuse me. The reason being is the terrain and the towns is absolutely brilliant. You've got Cyprus over here. You've got some really, really good built-up areas. Admittedly, at this point in time, we're in the desert. If we go down here to Palmyra, let me see if I can remember which key it is for this. Is it... is it that one? Could be. There we go. So instead of the usual Caucasus map, if you're having... let's do that. If you're having missions that are based around the towns, excuse me, are far more interesting, far more colourful than some of the towns on some of the maps. Caucasus is a really good map. If you adjust your colours right correctly and you adjust your gamma, and I think Camel can vouch for this, it changes the whole look of the game. And there's a lot of built up areas within this map, so it lends itself to all sorts of different ways of doing missions. If you've also got combined arms and various things like that, it works absolutely brilliantly. And this is just like a little pocket of a city. When you start looking in some of the bigger areas,
wish they remade Caucasus with a new technology.
Caucasus is actually really good, and I think it's very underrated, to be honest. If you look at Caucasus and you change the weather, there's a tendency for people when they do missions, even when you do your own, for the date and time to be like 12 o'clock in the middle of summer. And if I let's jump into something and I'll show you what I mean. Where am I? Juliet, aren't I? Fab Juliet. So if I jump into a Huey, it's usually a very good example. Okay, that's not a Huey, is it? That's a Huey, right? So your default gamma, for instance, on DCS, if we look, is mine's on 1.4, right? Is 2.2. And most missions, right, are 12 o'clock in the middle of summer by default. And if you look at this, you can see already the colour depth has completely gone. It seems a little bit bright. Colours are washed out, right? The hue is washed out. There's no depth to it at all. When you're on some areas, say Caucasus, it's all very flat. And I see loads of people putting on third-party colour systems, and there's absolutely no need. You literally just go in, and you don't go into there. Depending on your, you don't go into there twice. I told you I wasn't very well. It's my excuse. Depending on your system and your room, if you, excuse me, you can hear me purring, hang on. If you play in a very bright room with a light on, it will drop the depth of colour on your screen. Okay? So if you play with the light off, you'll find it looks better. If you... Can you hear when I'm talking? Look. It's not good, is it? So what you want to do, if you can play with the light off, play with the light off. It depends on your type of screen. If you're playing in an OLED, you want virtually, lights off and everything else. You will get glare, but the colour depth is brilliant. You just adjust this one little notch at a time. There's a change between 2.2 and 2.1. Drop it again and you'll see another change. And as you move this to the left, right, and as you change your lighting in your room, if you can, or where your computer is, you'll see just by doing that, right, look at the difference in the depth. Now, it may be a little bit dark when it's getting dark, but it shows a whole different thing. Okay, you can see the back of the helicopter is a little bit dark there. That's possibly because the light's not shining in on it. But you want to have a play with that gamma and just tweak it down till it feels about right. And it just makes the whole place look. You do that on Caucasus, especially if you're in a helicopter low level stuff. And it just feels like a different game. You set a mission up for, say, dawn, when the sun's just coming up or going down, and change it to winter, which you can do in Caucasus. It gives a completely different feel, and you wouldn't even know you was in Caucasus. The shadows, the lighting, the whole effects are absolutely brilliant, and you can get a lot of mileage out of Caucasus. The only reason why we're here is because of the mission we do in this set here. I'm quite happy doing missions in Caucasus, but we were doing that one and having issues. So we're over here, working our way down. I've only showed you a tiny little town in here. When you move, let's have a look. When you move over here, I think. Those trees and houses. Where's the one with... Oh, it's not Syria. That's Persian Gulf, possibly. Where there's lots of really interesting buildings as well. Persian Gulf doesn't take up as much space as this. It is a very nice map. But if you're playing online with other people and there's no one playing on Persian Gulf, it depends whether you're doing your own thing or what, to be honest, with reference to the question earlier. But you can do a lot more with it than just as it comes by default. Right, let's have a look and see where we are and what we're doing. Have all my has my site just been completely obliterated by the by this convoy? We got a convoy en route to the refinery, by the way. Yeah, it looks like it's all gone, doesn't it? Okay, Stu's down here. He's dropping off a fob quite close to this area. but this convoy here, this is the thing, it's a persistent mission, and it's also quite it does things. So I put a thingamajig there, and this little group here just gone and completely wiped it out. Now it looks like they're moving up towards the refinery. Maybe they'll turn off, I don't know. Okay, what's the general plan? Oh look, we got SA-15s.
Palmyra, isn't it?
Just Palmyra, yeah. We've got SA-15s moving across the main road. Convoy coming up towards the refinery as well. I'm not sure whether it'll turn off or what. So with this map, there's a lot more logistics and stuff needs doing, which is what Stu is doing. I've got another cup of tea and this one's hotter. Oh, you've been shot at, Stu, I take it. Yeah, looks like it. They're not easy. You want to come in and join in, you're more than welcome. We haven't got too many people on with us. He's Pup. He's in Apache. So, oh, is it Pup? It's not Pup. In an Apache. I was surprised. It's Whizbit. So Whizbit's in an Apache. Where's Pup? Can't even see him. We've also got enemy over there. I might jump into something else. I could jump into this if I was doing pilot pickup, so where people are being shot down. Go and pick them up. So
The game crashed, locked up the PC. I'm trying to get it to shut down and restart.
right, that's a bugger. Where are you, Pup?
I'm in an A10 up at Hamas.
Right, okay, that's fair enough. So I could, right, go down here and pick.
Try and find the convoy.
Okie dokie, yeah, there's a couple of roads. It's coming up the road south of the refinery. What, you in Stinger, F-18?
No, I'm in the Apache.
Okie dokie. We got two F4s heading towards the fob.
We've got enough points to deploy Apache. Already.
Yeah, there is something at November.
Also, you can deploy CAP as well.
Yeah, I think one's just been taken out. And there's resupply needed at November, so I'll just go and do some resupply while I'm here. Let me go. I may as well stay where I am for now. Let's go and have a look. And I'll take this up because November's just up the road. So let me just go on to other logistics, load supplies, right, which I can do on this. So it'll give me the opportunity to jump into a Huey. It's a relatively short trip from here to there, 30k, okay. So the Huey, there's a sale on at the moment. The Huey's likely to cost $25 maybe. That's 20 quid in UK money, which is just ridiculous. So let me finish my cup of tea and then we'll go through the Huey startup and I'll take these supplies over to November. This is one of the reasons. What's this server called and do they host stuff in Corks's? This server's my server and literally it just runs whatever mission we're flying at the moment. So sometimes I haven't got enough memory in it to be able to run a couple of missions, and I bought one of these little Geekom units and put standalone server on it basically, and it just about manages with 32 gig on this map. There's no graphics or video processing. We do run Corksys sometimes. I stream usually every Saturday, and you're more than welcome to pop along. If I was you, though, just to get the response time, if you look on Twitch, it's MELL12345. On DCS, it's MELLDCS. All right. You can still watch it on there. You can come and chat on the other one because the chat is more instant, whereas there's quite a delay. And obviously, as I said, I can read what you're writing at the moment because I'm drinking a cup of tea. So I'm going to go through the startup of a Huey. The Huey, if you're into helicopters in any way whatsoever, or you're interested in, say, the Apache, always start with a Huey. Always. The reason being is the Huey is a very basic, you're flying it, there's no systems on there to help you along, and you'll learn how to fly a helicopter just by flying the Huey. Okay? And that's what I would recommend. You can download it for free for 2 weeks and just get to grips of how helicopters work, why they drop out the sky, how to take off and land, what a VRS is, which is some of the stuff I discuss usually. And then once you've done that, if you want to fly the Apache, check out the Shark. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. It drives like a butt. It is very good fun. Did you do any other helicopters first? I'm just talking to somebody who's watching on YouTube, by the way. If you want to watch the stream in 4K, it's on in 4K on YouTube, and it looks so much better. Doesn't look bad on Twitch, but YouTube's a bit more reflective of what I see. When I'm flying, it's going to be difficult to chat with you quite so much, Kilo. Again, because I have to read and you're on a different screen. I think my work might be changing in the very near future, and I might have more time, especially if I just go and get a job in like Waitrose, being on a till or something stupid. That's your first heli. Right, yeah. The rotary in Armour 3 is alright up to a point, and if you've got the add-on, which basically changed the control system, it gives you an idea. But the stuff that flies in DCS is, my God, is it so different. What I'll do is go through the startup. I'm not going to bother with some of the functions. This is just the startup. And then I'll take these supplies over and explain a few things as we go. So you look at this page. We're going to right click on the power AC to move it to AC phase. Diagonally down, we're going to look at the DC voltmeter. And we're going to do 2 clicks to essential buzz. We're going to switch the main generator down. Okay, this is one I would always recommend because you learn so much. And then the Shark, you learn about the trimmer, the way it works. You get into the Apache, the trimmer works the same way. Plus you got all the background on how to fly helicopters. It makes it easier. We're going to put the battery on. And we're now going to switch off that low RPM warning, which is just down here next to the yellow surrounded red matchstick thing. Okay, so this is the fuel. So now we've done that, what we're going to do is switch on the fuel flow. We're going to move up this line of lights and switch on the hydraulics, force trim, chip detector, right click goes forward and then middle. And that will show up on here if there's any chips of metal in the helicopter rotor system. Make sure the governor is on forward, which is auto. And then let me pop this on so you can see what's going on. And then what we're going to do is roll the fuel up. Now before I start, this is the axis. You get this with, I think it's right control and enter. Obviously I have a key bound. And this shows the cyclic, which is your pitch and roll. It shows your rudder. Hey Spatey. How are you, matey? All good?
Mel said, thank you for the tier 1 resub, 8058. The support for
94 months, Jesus. It's longer than some people's marriages, isn't it? So this is the rudder, okay? So you can see that. This is the collective. And then this is the throttle, which isn't moving at the moment. If I go outside the helicopter, and let's get a nice zoom in, you can just about see those swash plates on the bottom there are moving left and right. So you can see the way the blades are tilting, and this is roll, okay? If I move them backwards and forwards, you can see the swash plates moving the other way. If we look at the edge of a rotor blade, when you change a collective, what you're actually doing is changing the pitch of the blade, look. So the more collective, the higher the pitch. When there's a high pitch, it bites into the air more, okay? When there's a flat pitch, it doesn't. Can you see that? Because there's only two blades, you've got a stabiliser in the middle. I think it's for balance. You've also got an anti-torque rotor or tail rotor, and when you push your pedals, you can see this is changing the pitch too. So it is, a helicopter is very much a combination of all three inputs at the same time. Usually the question I'll get is, can you fly a helicopter if you do not have rudder pedals? And the answer is yes, of course you can. The trick is to make sure, if you sit there, right, and you're sitting in a chair looking at your computer, if you just bend your arms at the elbow and look where your hands are, and if you were sitting at your computer desk, right, you need your joystick where your hand is now and at that height. If you put your joystick over to the right of the keyboard and your throttle over to the left of the keyboard, it means you're opening your arms. When you open your arms, right, you'll find, yeah, there you go, you'll find, right, I'll come back to you in a minute, that if you start rotating the joystick for your rudder, you're going to start having to pull back because it becomes uncomfortable for your wrist and your arm. So it makes you pull things back, okay? So if you move the keyboard further away from you a little bit or more to the left, you can use a joystick. Now, coming on to the point that's on YouTube is, yes, you can. I'm flying the Apache very well with a simple PS4 controller, right? Now, apologies, I am suffering slightly, so I've got a lot more coughing and sniffing and stuff than normal. So one of the things you need to be aware of is you can't really use a keyboard and mouse on this effectively. You can get away with a controller up to a point, but there are limitations. And the best recommendation is a simple joystick to start with. Doesn't matter how many buttons you've got on, you do not have to spend a load of money as long as it goes forward, back, left and right and rotates. You might find that some of the cheaper ones are very light, and you might find that you want to sort of maybe stick them to your desk with maybe a bit of double-sided tape or something just to help stop it from sliding. But even without all the buttons and knobs that you'll see on some of the very expensive stuff, right, you can see all these controls, right? It's ridiculous. And those are just buttons and switches. But with DCS, with more advanced or advanced flight model, you can actually click the buttons in the cockpit. So why would you need them all assigned to switches? If you look here, look at all the buttons and things I've got assigned to this. Right? It's minimal. The other thing is the way that I don't even know what this is there. Oh, right, searchlight. Okay. The only other thing, right, you set up is the axis, and I've got quite a lot of axis commands. This is your joystick: forward, back, right, left, right, and this is right rudder pedals. Okay, so forward and back is that, left and right rudder pedals, and then a few buttons. The other thing is trimming. So trimming in a helicopter basically is there, or designed to take off, right? To take the strain off your arm. If you were flying this in real life, I tell you now, you wouldn't go very far and your arm would be aching like hell. So there's a trimmer, and what that will do is if I'm pushing my stick forward and I trim it there, it will hold the stick in that position. Can you see? Now the thing you need to know, watch me when I reset the trimmer, the stick is going to jump. Right? Well, a slow jump. So basically, the way it works in DCS is helicopters will have a magnetic system or a friction system on the joystick. So when you put it in a position, you trim it and you let go. Now watch what happens when I don't let go of my joystick or relax it to the middle. So I'm going to move it forward a little bit. I'm going to trim it. And now I've carried on pushing my joystick forward, but there's no input. Can you see that? I'm now swirling my joystick round like a spade in a bucket. Okay, or a shovel in a bucket if you're foreign, and nothing. And what you must learn to do, and this is how they work around the problem, we've got a centre spring on a joystick, unless you've got force feedback. You relax your grip on the stick, and as soon as the stick hits the middle of your real life joystick, you'll see a little wobble. There it is. Okay? However, the joystick in the helicopter is forward. So now my centre for where my real life joystick is there. So when I move forward, it moves from there. Okay? When I let go, my centre is centred. The joystick in the helicopter is forward until I reset it, and then it goes back to the middle. And you've got to understand how that works. And it's called the centre trimming method. If you use the other method, if I put my joystick there, I set my button and I get no input until I've relaxed my grip on it. If I use the other button, the other method, as soon as I press that button, it will look at my joystick and say, oh, you're moving forward. And it will move it forward relative to this point up here, and it will double the amount of input. So suddenly it's going to be pushing your joystick forward. Okay? So you need to hit the button and let go really, and it's just a mess. Right? It's really designed for friction feed and everything else. So I wouldn't use it. Learn to use that method. Okay? Right, we've got through the basic startup. We're now going to put fuel in the turbine, which is very easy. We're just going to turn this rotor. Now, if you've got this assigned to a throttle, if you've got dual throttle, it won't move. So you rotate it with a mouse, okay? And once you pass that little line there, you can then do it with your throttle. The easy option, if you haven't got a throttle, is just use page up, page down. You move it all the way up, all the way to the top, and all the way back down to the bottom, noting it doesn't go further than that line. Now we've got enough fuel in the turbine. What we're going to do now is start the helicopter, and we're going to hold the button until the gas producer gets to 40. Okay, so I'll hold the button. So we should start hearing a noise. We should see the rotors start round about 12 to 14. They'll start turning. There it is. You can see the shadow by my co-pilot's left foot. We keep holding the button, which is behind the collective. Let go at 40. Here we've got two needles. One is the RPM for the engine and one is the RPM for the rotor. Now, ideally, you want them to move together initially. Once it gets to 40, it's going to stop. And when it stops, we're now going to start opening up the throttle more. You do not suddenly move your throttle from here to here in one go. What will happen, especially if your governor's not forward, is the engine RPM will race away and the rotor can't catch up, so you'll shear the rotor, and it's possible to have the rotor flying away off by itself, okay, because you've broken the pin that holds it all together. So when you move your throttle up, if you can just about see that, it's not great on that background. Let's try there. So when you move your throttle up, you move it nice and steady and keep an eye on these two needles, okay? You see them moving now? Yeah. Everybody does, especially when they learn. Although knowing you, matey, you probably did it after you'd been flying it for yonks. Okay, just moving it up, and you'll see it go all the way up into the green. Then it will keep going a little bit more, look. And then all the way up. Yeah, I've done it myself, especially if you do hard moves when you're moving along. You just shear it off. Okay, that's up full. This is settled down into the green. Okay, if we look, most of the warning lights are off. It's so easy to start up this thing. We've got two things we need to do: IFF and inst inverter. Okay, IFF is this radio system. We just need to rotate the switch here, one click to the right and it goes off. And then we're going to look up where we started, and we got the inverter, and that needs to go down. Okay, we also need to move the starter generator standby. Right, so this is started, but there's a couple of more things we need to do before we go on. First thing, notice this light, the master caution. When you're looking at the front, you can't see down here unless you look. So when we're flying, right, we're not interested in looking down there, it's distracting. So you have this master caution light that lights up, and it'll light up whenever there's an alarm, and that gives you the opportunity of looking at the alarm, finding out what it is. Obviously we've just started up, so therefore there's no worry, so we can reset this master caution. So we zoom in, this little button here at the top of these lights, press it forward, right, it resets the master caution. Pull it back and it'll test all the lights. Oh, hello Solo, how are you, matey? How are you, Brody, anyway? Are you doing what you wanted to do now? All good, etc.? You're still waiting for, you know, a little bit more? Right, okay. So this is nearly ready, and there's one thing we got to do, and that is set the alignment. Remember, this is a very old helicopter. Ah, right. You got a part-time job for at the moment, I can't remember. Sorry if I've had the conversation before. Welcome back, Stu. I assume that was you.
No,
Sham! Sham disappeared. Ah, right, okay. So, well, I just looked up. Landlords can be a problem. I had one bad landlord once, and the babby opened a cupboard, just opened the door, and the cupboard fell off the wall, and all the glasses just fell on top of him. He was there in his boxes when he was really young, and she accused him of hanging off the door. But when you look, the roll plugs they fitted the cupboard with were not for plasterboard, they're for masonry. Do you know what I mean? And the tiled floor in the kitchen was very old and started to crack, and I told them, and then they said it was our fault, we'd damaged it. And we don't even wear shoes in the house, do you know what I mean? It's just bizarre. So in the end, I leaned. Then her brother turned up and he said, this is the same as it was when our ex-husband, 15 years ago. He says, it hasn't changed. I says, yeah. I said, anyway, I don't need you anymore, mate. I'm moving. And that's it. And that's it. You just move on. Anyway, I know it's all difficult sometimes, but hey. So what I'm going to do now is align the compass. If you look, there's a magnetic compass here. I know I'm losing viewers here. I'm being extremely boring and slow with this, but I'm running on slow today, I'm afraid. And we've got here the electronic compass. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome, Kilo. And as I said, just come back on a Saturday, and you're more than welcome to join in or ask any questions. Come in via Twitch, as I said, watch via YouTube. It'll be fine. Cheers. So what I'm going to do is adjust this compass to match this. Oh dear. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, been there. I ended up losing my actual house that I owned once through redundancy way back. So I had to get shot. Right, I'm going to use this knob and rotate it until this compass matches this compass. So we turn it, there's E, and here we're one tiny little notch from E to 6. So I'm going to turn this round. And as I turn it, you'll see in this corner there's an X or a cross. As I keep going round, it goes into a circle. If you can see a circle or an X, this adjustment is wrong. You need to see half an X and half a circle. And as you turn it, you'll see when this is set the same, that is classed as half. Now, personally, I wouldn't say that's half. I would say it's a bit more there than there. So the best thing to do is look here. One notch towards 6, one notch towards 6, and we're done. So we're heading round about 60, 70, 85 degrees. Okay? If we cross-reference that with a quick F10, there I am. It says 90 there. 84 magnetic. Okay, so you can see that's about right. Okay, what you've got to be aware of is when you do this, it's possible to set this like so it's 180 degrees out, and as you'll see in a minute, we can set it and that looks accurate more or less about there, yeah? However, it doesn't match this. So if you set it to this, you're flying in the opposite direction. Just be aware of that one little thing. Now, I'm not going to go too much into some of the things that I normally would, because doing that here is really difficult. So all I'm going to do now is look at the F10 map. I'm here. I need to go there. They're probably all dead already. Someone's already done it, but I'll still take them. 285. So I'll go down to here using the set heading knob. See this little indicator? I'm going to turn it round. So 285, 240, that's right, 270, 280. I need to go that direction. So when I take off, I'm going to turn and put that little indicator at the top underneath there. Okay, when we take off, you need to give it about 30% along this baseline to stop the helicopter from rotating round. If you don't do anything, helicopter's going to rotate to the right. Also, it'll take off forward and roll, and then you'll crash somewhere over there. So what you need to do is move this stick back somewhere down here to counter the forward and roll. When you take off, if you're still rotating to the left, if you're still rotating to the right, add a bit more left, And if you're rotating to the right, just relax that turn. I'm going to put my radios on. Hopefully there's people on. And then we're about to talk. So I'm going to put that one on. I'm going to put this one on. I'm going to change that to 124, which tends to be our radio. Okay. I'm going to turn this one on. Make sure I've got the right radio selected. 124 radio check. If there's anyone on. 124 radio check. That might be on the right one, there might not be anyone there. Anyway, we're ready to go. So what was the angle I said we got to go? I'd already set it. So let's take off, let's switch on the head tracking. Keep one eye on this little indicator down here. And that's the direction we need to go. So left rudder, about 30%. Slowly increase the collective. Remember that adds pitch onto the helicopter. And as it starts to lift up, I'll add a little bit more left. Pull the stick back gently. Yeah. 124 radio check. Might not have a button set. Okay. I've got control of this. Just going to start rotating round now. Keep an eye on the compass. I think my radio's on the wrong channel. Can you see the compass going round down here? Look. And in a minute I'll be pointing at the marker. There it is. And so we're heading off in this direction. Pushing the nose forward. Adding a bit more collective to increase our speed. We don't want to go over the top. We can go quickish, but you don't want to do too much, otherwise you'll knock your helicopter. When you can, hit the trimmer button and relax your grip on the stick. Okay, and there it goes. Right, we're just climbing a little bit too much, so I'm just holding the stick again, making some slight adjustments, keeping my head down as best as I can. Need to go a little bit more to the right. Trim it again. Here we go. Okay. And it's as easy as that. Right, it does have a tendency to start to lift, so you will have to keep making adjustments. You can't just like leave it. It's not like some of the more modern helicopters, but if you trim it in real life, right, if you trim it, then it makes it a lot easier to fly. Obviously in game it really doesn't matter too much. I tend to use the trimmer a lot, especially if I've got a cup of tea or a drink. It's usually tea. So I'm just keeping an eye. Yeah, I'm in the right place. Should see me on the map now, moving along. There we go. And I'm just going over to November. It's probably like ages that I should have taken these supplies. Yeah, is it good? There's quite a lot of down pilots you can go and pick up and bring back. Sorry, what was that? Oh, I don't know. It's Palmyra. Let me check for you.
Yeah, that's Palmyra.
Ah, there you go. I think we finished Abu Dhabi last week, just about. And then some others, Rick and Stuart, pushed it on a little bit more. So I reckon it'll be another week or two, and then this will be finished. Yeah, have I ever told you about Abu Dhabi? There was what? One minute, Brody. Yeah, apparently there was a little bit of research going back in the 60s, and they found that the people in Dubai, right, for some reason absolutely hated the Flintstones. Never sure if I've mentioned this before, but the people in Dubai do not like the Flintstones, and they found that the people in Abu Dhabi do. Can you hear Lisa in the background? For God's sake, not again. I got a hands-on head from Brody. Okay, you can see I'm nearly there. How are you today, Sham? Disappeared. So when you fly these things, right, they fly relatively easy. Now, it may look a little bit easier than it should. The difficulty with helicopters usually is landing. And the reason why it's difficult is helicopters have a problem called vortex ring state. So when you're flying, your blades create an airflow. As you start to move forward, it generates lift, which means you can back off on your collective. But there's a very specific airflow over your blades, okay? And this is what keeps you flying, and this is what happens. If you get into a hover outside of the hover range, or when you're landing, which is usually when it happens for most people, if you go down too fast, your blades are moving through the airflow that it creates, and it generates turbulence. And when it generates turbulence, that causes the helicopter to drop, and it causes something called a vortex ring. Let me zoom in a little bit here. And the problem is with that is you lose lift. And when you lose lift in a helicopter, what's the first thing you are likely to do? The first thing is to increase the pitch on the blades and lift up the collective to full. What that will do is grab more air, but as you're in a turbulent environment anyway and descending by now, it will basically increase that descent to the point that you drop out the sky like a brick, okay? And if you've ever experienced it, which you will if you fly helicopters, you will just drop out the sky, and it's like, what the hell's going on? I can't do anything. And it's called a vortex ring state, or a VRS, and you'll see us refer to it sometimes. So how do you get out of a vortex ring state? I don't think so, because when I switched over to this system, my other one expired, or the guy disappeared. He knew he was disappearing, he warned everyone, but I don't know where. But basically it stopped, so I don't think that link is on here at the moment. It's the Vulchard method, that one. So what I normally do is we'll post a link, and it shows you a method, and we are not interested in the method, right, at all. All the reason I show you is because he uses smoke, and it shows you the air flow around the blades in a normal situation, and it is brilliant. You can't put it into words, right? It's much better than trying to explain it. But then he goes into a VRS, and you see the smoke flow all completely messed up. And when it's all messed up, there's no lift, and your helicopter drops. So it's not the method, because he has developed his own method that is quite well used. It's just how the smoke flow, or the airflow around the helicopter works. which then makes it easier to understand what's going on and why what happens. The trick to getting out of a VRS is the opposite to what you think. Flatten your blades. The disc on the top of the blades is often referred to, especially those who fly properly, as a disc, a spinning disc. If you flatten your blades, it turns into a disc. If you push your stick, your joystick, in any direction and you start moving, that generates lift and it moves you out of that airflow. So it will only take about 10 feet, say, for you to be able to come out of a vortex ring state, but you have to recognise it. Your helicopter will shake, right? And when it starts shaking, you know you're going to VRS. So you have to be careful. And it happens a lot when you come into land. Now, if you look here, there's a little dial called vertical speed indicator, or VSI. And when you come into land, especially if you've slowed down to the point that you're just in a hover, right? If that number there drops down here, you are going to VRS. So you want to try and keep it no more than about number 5, right? This is about half, okay? Now what I'm going to do is land, and the easiest way to land, right, is lower your height, slow the helicopter down and get into a hover. Now when you hover in these helicopters, when you're close to the floor, which is usually about 1 times the length of the blade from tip to tip, right? Go on. What, you mean the beeping bits? Come on, explain, Mr. Camel. Now, if you notice, my needle's gone down like more than that, but that's because I'm moving. And because I'm moving, I'm not going to VRS. But if I suddenly stopped, then the chances are I could VRS. So what I need to do is come down. I'm getting lower. Now I'm going to start slowing the helicopter down. Right? Now, I'm not going to say you want to land like this every single time, but I am slowing the helicopter down, reducing my collective, and I'm aiming to get into a hover.
Radio test 124.0. 555.
Ah, right, yeah.
555.
Yeah, I won't hear that. Right, so I'm still moving quite fast, so I am dropping my collective. That's making me move. I'm pulling my nose. Can you see? Little tiny movements. Pulling my nose up, slowing me down. You'll see my speedo dropping. Right, speedo's still dropping. And now I've got to be careful, because if I'm not careful, I'll end up just dropping out the air. So now I'm adding a bit more collective as I come down. And I'm aiming to get into a hover, which is in ground effect. Of course, try not to hit things as I go around. See the shape there? I've added more, and look at that, you suddenly find when you're in ground effect, it's like a cushion of air holding you up. Okay? So now I'm in ground effect. Got into a hover. There's an assistance. I'll explain what ground effect is in a minute. So I can just gently pop this down on the floor. That wasn't the best demonstration, but it was a way of getting down. And then I should be able to, hopefully, I don't know whether I need my doors open, probably. What I can do now is drop these supplies off. Then I'll explain what ground effect is. Oh look, see, told you. I just got there. Do you know what? The first time I ever tried one, it worked perfectly. And I thought, do you know what? I'm never going to better that, and that's it. However, I've forgotten the auto rotation isn't the problem. I've forgotten what I need to do to get into it, engine-wise. I really have. I don't cut the engine. What is it I need to do to disconnect? That's the bit I've forgotten, mister. But auto rotation, yeah, I have done those before. Somebody asked, and I demonstrated one. But I've forgotten the one little bit at the beginning. Oh, is that it? Drop it to idle. Okay. And then just drop out the sky and then keep a thingamajig and then land. Somebody did it to me in real life, thinking he was going to freak me out. But he didn't. Right, where was I? Yeah, that works. So, yeah, so what I was on about, ground effect. So Camel is a helicopter pilot, by the way. And he comes on. And he likes coming on and asking me weird shit. Usually to teach him how to hover. Now, you can see there that my rotor was still in trim, which it shouldn't have been by the time I got down. Okay, so if you look at the rotor, the length of the rotor is about the height at which you can hover. So the rotor, remember me saying about when you change a pitch on the blades, it grabs the air down? Well, that air, when there's a solid surface underneath, it doesn't matter whether it's a building, the floor, a ship, or whatever, or a hill, the air hits the solid surface and then bounces back off it and underneath you and provides a cushion of air, right? So if I get into a hover, right, for instance, and I'm not very high, we can hover in ground effect, right? Now, I don't know where the wind is at the moment, but we can hover, and it's this cushion of air that allows you to sort of balance in this way, right? So I'm in ground effect, not very high off the floor, look, in fact really, really low. I'll go just a little bit higher. And you can get this to balance perfectly on this cushion of air. Okay? Now, the movements I'm doing, if you look at my joystick, watch. Can you see it moving? It's just gentle, tiny nudges. And if you can learn how to do this, when you come to do slinging, real slinging, you'll find it so much easier. But if I start to move over objects, that air isn't going to be as stable as it is now. And especially if you're going to go and try and climb a mountain. What will happen when you go up a hill or a mountain is the air, if you low down, will not bounce off straight up. It bounces off at an angle, and that angle pushes you down the mountain. So what you'll want to do is push your collective more and give yourself more power. And because you give yourself more power, the mountain pushes you back down. And because it pushes you back down, you give it more power. So by the time you start moving up the mountain, your helicopter will be burning and you'll just drop out the sky. Okay? So just bear that in mind. Now, there's some buildings over there. Let me see if I can remember this button. So I can't see my keyboard. There we go. Right, there's some buildings over here. Let's get up a bit. And if you look, you see the way that you've got all sorts of angles and all sorts of bits and bobs on top. And you can see, for instance, this building here has got a different level. So if you try hovering over some of these buildings, right, these little things that are on there are going to change the way that air is blown back at you and make it quite difficult. If you found a slopey roofed building in Syria, that's a bit of a rarity. But if you hover on that, right, you'll find it tries to push you one side or the other. And this is the effect of ground effect. So even though it's called ground effect, it's not necessarily only on the ground, it's over any solid object. If ever you want to climb a mountain or a hill, you get to the height you need to get to and then fly to the top. You don't climb low level, otherwise you'll never ever get there. Now, when I do training on this in the courses, I usually manage to train people to do a proper sling load on their first lesson, which is one of the hardest things to do. I'm not bothered about dropping it, I'm bothered about having that level of control to be able to pick it up in the first place. And most people can do it if you sort of follow the guide that I do. And then when they're happy being able to pick sling loads up and all excited and proud, I then ask them to do some more difficult ones just so they get a feel of it. So there's one sitting on the top of a roof, and the roof is sloped both sides, and the cargo sits on the top, and it's really difficult, and yet some of them will do it, but it's a good exercise. And there's another one which is down in between buildings, and you can't get your rotors in between, and it's narrower than where you're flying, so you're having to sling from a higher distance, which makes it even more difficult. I'm not doing the stuff that I could show at the moment, but I'm not doing that here because it's not the best environment. A lot of it is much better when you're on an airbase and you've got big squared tiles, and that way you've got a point of reference. You need to know which way the wind's blowing, and you can learn this. Well, to be honest, I haven't bothered. I think I tried it the once when they first started allowing you to do it, but I haven't bothered slinging anything with a Chinook yet at all. It's so far out. I mean, I struggle seeing anything anyway, but I haven't even bothered with it, practiced with it or anything. Right, we need to get back to base. This is the amount of supplies they have, I think. These 3 of 3, by the way. So they need a resupply. I don't know whether I can pick any... No, it might be too far. I need to go and fight. I could pick some supplies from here and take them down, maybe. But then I'm going to be flying 50k, and it's not the fastest of helicopters. I'll fly back to here because this is only a short run, and I need to go, was it about 97 103ish, so I'm just going to turn this round. Wherever my marker's gone, there it is. 97. It's about there, excuse me. Sorry about that. I am coughing, as you can imagine, more so than normal. Right, 93 degrees. I am going to, I'm not going to do an auto rotation here. I will do it at some point, but I don't think it's the greatest place to do it while we've got things speed shot. Right, let's take off. Yeah. Yeah, what? Excuse me. What I tend to do is just use reference points in the helicopter and then just come up to the cargo, relatively low level, the lowest you can possibly get over the load. Use the red smoke marker so that you can see which way the wind's blowing, and then once you learn how to hover in ground effect in the Huey, it's quite easy because you've got a lot of reference points. So you've got the centre where that thing is up the glass. You look down to your left, you've got the systems, the consoles with the centre line. Yeah, so what I do is get close enough. I know where the hook is, and it's round just over my left shoulder, in line with that and in line with that. And if we look behind us, the hook is in the centre of that diagonal pattern, right? And it's just back from the centre there. So you've got a point of reference. And once you can slide your helicopter by being able to just gently nudge, because most of the controls, in fact all the controls on helicopters are about making small tiny adjustments. It's not about just pushing the stick forward and off you go. It's about, right, you can see my stick movements, look, and the helicopter responds to them, and it's about tiny little movements, and that's all it is. And you've got to get used to having the ability to just move and nudge. I always think of it as a nudge. You nudge the helicopter in the direction you want to go, basically. And if this slows down, for instance, if I want it to slow down, I just relax my stick gently and the helicopter will start to slow down. But I don't want to go higher, so therefore I drop my collective a little bit. And if I want it to stop, I nudge back and centre a little bit more. And you can see my stick, I'm just slowly slowing down, look. But we're slowing down under control. Do you get the gist? So it is a series of nudges. I want it to move forward, so I'll start nudging the stick forward gently, and as it starts going forward and the nose drops, it will speed up, and I can increase the speed then by adding a bit more collective, but still nudging the nose down, and then it will get faster. Okay, and it's not difficult. It's just getting to grips with the feel and the touch. And most helicopters are the same. Lots of little movements, some where there's more automated systems, which is why it's always a good idea to start with a Huey. We'll take some of this work. One day, at least you can fly. That's the main thing, isn't it? You know, a bit of a light at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, in some respect. Okay, I've got something heading over there. There's a missile coming out, looks like, at the base. So they're going to have some damage at that base. We've got some air cover. And I'm not sure whether... let me think. Control. What's bringing up? There's a menu I can bring up. I'll show you in a minute if I can remember it. There we go. So this tells me, or should tell me, what channel I'm on. Oh, look. 124 radio check. No, it's intercom. 124 radio check. I don't think I'm on the right channel at the moment. That's why I can hear people, but I can't talk to them. And I'm way off on where I'm supposed to be going. Let's get rid of this. The radio system in this does work. When it works, it's good. Usually we use what's the word? SRS. That's what we use for years. A lot of the time we'll talk in cockpit, but you do need to communicate. Yeah. But F4's bombing the hell out of November, I think it is. Oh, those jets are off to my right. See the missiles coming out. It's off after those jets. Whether it'll hit it or not, I don't know. I don't think it has. There's another one out. When you come to the World War II fighters, that should be in a few weeks. One of yeah, no worries, matey. Nice to see you. Yeah, I could do with them. Thank you very much. Thanks for the free offer. And I'll see you next week. Have a good week. So when you fly World War II planes, one of the things you have to get used to doing is learning to fly, right, looking out the window, so that you know what your helicopter's doing. Not your helicopter, your World War II plane. So you can see I'm moving forward, not so much by the ground, but you look at the bar, the angle of the bar on the horizon. When you're in a plane, your eyes are looking for targets when you fight. You're not looking where you're going. Yeah, we will be. I've got to just throw together something simple, which is enough to basically it'll be PvP. You're right, the door hasn't gone yet, has it? Alright, it'll be PvP, World War II. Yeah, it'll be good. So it'll be blues versus reds. We should have a big selection of planes, and it's quite short, so you don't spend ages looking for people. It's all about the fighting, and it's good fun as long as people follow the rules. So I'll get the mission that we've got and then just change it around a little bit. So we used to do it just on the coast over in France, but I think I'm going to do it in the UK this time, just because we can. Right, FARP's in the middle. So yeah, it does seem like this helicopter flies really, really well, which it does, but you just have to get used to the touch and feel, and it is all touch and feel with helicopters. You know, every helicopter. This is why I say don't go straight to the Apache. It's got interesting systems on it that do various things, and you might miss out on some of the basics. I'm sure it does. Yeah, back in the day, I can imagine them all puffing on the pipes and the flat caps, saying, "Oh, jeepers, look at that one there." Yeah, that's an F-16, that is. A what? So there will be all the World War II planes. If you don't own one, right, you will get a World War II plane for free called the TF-51, which works just as well. Except you're going to have to point your finger and say bang, because whilst it works, it doesn't have any ammunition. You can't shoot with it. They're all free. Just go onto DCS, use the trial versions. If you haven't already used them, don't use them. And then you can use them for 2 weeks, so you should be able to fly most things. One of the funniest planes is what I call the clown plane. In the right hands, it is absolutely lethal. And it's called an I-16. And I always forget how to fly it because it's so rare that I fly it. But when it works, it is unbelievable and annoys the hell out of some of the German fighters. But it's good fun. So we should see the fob in a minute. I think it's over there. So this helicopter is quite quiet at my end. I think you've got more noise than I have, because it saves me trying to talk over it. I think, yeah, the fob is where that aerial is. even though we're going round about just under 90, about 88 miles an hour, or normal measurements for normal people. I haven't done this for ages, but I'll probably do it wrong because I don't know where the wind is. Looks like the pads are clear. This is a bit of a lazy, slow one, but see the shakes? Going backwards a little bit. It's the Chinook taking off. Probably just done a supply run to that place over there. Right, okay, so we've done that, and now we need to go and attack. I am really slow, slower than normal. We've got shambles in, short rounds in, whiz bits in, and they're basically blowing this up. So let me check one thing, right? If I call this radio up again, which is Control Shift and Tab, and let's see what radio I'm selecting. I might be on the wrong one. I think it could be radio 1. So as I select this, I'm not sure. Let's check my buttons. Oh, that's push to talk. Pop and short round. They're the only people on. I'm not sure if I'm on the right radio. I should say the radio light up, which is this one. That's the intercom. Now let me just check on my controls, and you do a search and look for VoIP. Radio triggers. Oh, there we go. Right. Radio VoIP. So 124 radio check. 09. 124 radio check. So grey was off. 124 radio check. Just the intercom. Nothing. Sure, this should highlight the. It's been so long. I haven't got any numbers showing. Right, okay. I'm not worried about it. Pup, can you give me a radio call, please, and tell me if you hear me? Nothing. Not hearing anyone, am I? Oh well, I shall ignore it for now. Right, let's go and shoot something. Last week I went through the shark in detail. I'm not going to do that at this moment unless somebody specifically wants that. I'm expecting a text or an email. So I've got someone to come and do my tyres, as I said, between 8 and 12 and he'll probably turn up at 11:30. So we'll have to go and have a look. If we go to Juliet, Fob Juliet, we'll pick the shark that we was in last week, and hopefully we won't have to, I won't go through all of the info. It is on last week's stream, but if you want me to explain it, I can do. If you want to go through to the Apache, I would always suggest trying this thing out first. Okay, because of the way the trimmer system works. So I'll get this started, manually of course, and then we can go through. The way this has been set up is it's set up to automatically align. So therefore some of the things you need to do are very subtly different. But it shouldn't take too long. If anyone is interested in going through, as I said, it's on last week's stream, and I really don't mind going through it, but I think I probably talked far too much today. That's because I'm not feeling brilliant, but we'll see. Doesn't really take too long to do, to be honest. It just is when I explain it, if I explain what everything does and why. See, the engines are starting, or one of the engines anyway. Right, engine number 1's going. We're just waiting. One of the things you can see, this is dual counter-rotating blades and there's no tail rotor. So all your control system basically goes through these two blades. Because you've got two blades in opposite directions, you don't need the tail rotor or the anti-torque rotor, so as the torque cancels itself out. Okay, first engine's up. We'll do the second one. As I said, this is why you don't need to worry too much about all the switches in DCS, because you can click the buttons in the cockpit. You cannot do that if you have the low fidelity planes, helicopters and things. You will get 2 free ones with DCS, as you will if you download it from Steam. One's an SU-25, I believe, and the other one's a TF-51, which, as I mentioned before, is a World War II fighter without the guns. The reason for that is one is full fidelity, one isn't, and it gives you a chance to be able to experience the difference between the two types of plane in the game. Right, in a minute we're going to hear a series of messages when I push the throttles up to work mode, and as I said, because the because the person who's designed the mission has put it on auto align, we don't necessarily have to go through the exact same process. So it does it automatically, you don't have to do alignment. So this should be done now, see? It's easier when I'm on sort of not in a mission to explain it, but we'll switch all these on. Are you in a shark yet, pup? What number? Okay. Anyone else in a shark? No, I'll soon tell. I'll go... I wonder if Wiz is in a shark as well. I'll leave it on 1 and we'll see. So I know Pup's where he is. And I'll explain why we're doing that in a minute. But this startup, it looks more complex than it is, to be honest. It's not really. AC generators, I nearly just trashed it. Nearly. No one shouted out, says don't forget your jennies, because as soon as I stopped this it would have stopped. That's all. I'm trying not to cough at the moment, but I'm going to have to. Right, okay. Go to nav. And I need to pick Palmyra. We've already got weapons on board. Cycle through this and we're looking for Pal on here. Sorry if I've moved my position in your head. If you go too fast, sod's law is you'll go past it. Jesus. There it is. See how many waypoints there are. Okay. Right, so what I was talking about numbers before, if I look on here and zoom out, we should see that other people flying sharks. He says. I can't see anybody. I wonder why that is. Something else I haven't done. Oh, I have. Okay. I'll just leave it as it is. Yes please, darling. You got that. Usually I'll pretend that I've forgotten. Okay, I think we're all ready to go. We can see this, the brakes are on. The reason why you want the brakes on when you take off is because it will roll forward and then you're going to fall off this. It looks fairly flat, but that is quite steep. And if we tip over the edge, our blades are gone. Okay. As you can see, looking in the bottom, if we just lift off now, we're going to go backwards. To stop us going backwards, we need to push this forward. Okay, like that, as you'll see. Otherwise, we are going to just literally roll. You can take off on runways with this helicopter or off the ground. If you're going to go off the ground, you want to put your brakes on. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is just increase the collective. Now this helicopter's got a lot of automation. Now earlier on I was talking about the, there we go, see I'm pushing the stick forward. Now I can't remember, is this my gear? Oh no it's not, that's not good is it?
Get those supplies.
I haven't got any supplies. I'll probably be told off. I'm just turning around and just looking down there, and this is it, right? Now I'm going to lift my gear up, and I know I went through this before. Right, so this has got a lot of automation. This is completely hands-free, okay? And this is because the trimmer on this works very differently to the trimmer on the Huey that we just looked at. So the trimmer will handle 20% of your controls. As long as your controls on over 20%, it can manage the helicopter for you. Okay. As far as pressing the button and releasing the stick goes, it's similar but different again. So I'm going to turn the helicopter using my rudder pedals and my thing, and it will resist me. Look, you can see it's hardly doing anything. So I'm going to push more, and in the hood you'll see the diamond moving off to the left, and my heading is changing. Okay, so now I'm going to head over this direction. But watch what happens when I let go of my controls. The nose comes up, and you'll see the helicopter turning to the left. Now bear in mind, because I'm moving at 140 odd K and it's slowing it down, and there is quite a bit of wind, it's a little bit slow on doing this. But what's happening is the helicopter's going back to where I trimmed it, and it's doing that because, right, can you see? Because it will handle 20% of the input. As long as I'm not putting more than 20% in, it will manage it. Okay? When you first fly this helicopter, I'm now going to make adjustments and get low. When you first fly this, it feels like the helicopter is resisting everything you do, and it's because of the trimmer. And the way you use the trimmer on this is similar but different to the Huey. When you press the trimmer on the Huey, it instantly sets the trim, and you have to then relax your grip on the joystick. Okay? When you set the trimmer on this, it only sets the trim when you let go of the trimmer button. So what that means, effectively, or literally, is that if you hold the button, your trimmer is disengaged. When you let go of the button, right, it will engage, and this allows you to be able to make adjustments on the fly. So now the helicopter is batting along nicely. I've got a cup of tea coming. We can see the altitude, look, is dropping, so I'm just going to add a little bit more, right, collective, and we'll see, we'll stop that altitude there from dropping, and we'll find a point where it can balance. Not a sand squirrel, was it? Oh yeah, I see them. So I'm heading down here, right? Now you can see it's dropping a bit more, so I can add a little bit more collective, and then it will stop that dropping, and it should stop that as well. And I'm going along relatively low, not too low. But when you got a cup of tea, you can actually let this just get on with it. Drink your cup of tea. I've got another one coming, by the way. And that's it. Now, you see, because I've sped up, because I've increased the collective, see the height is increasing as well. So you do have to do a little bit of a balancing act. And what I'll do is make an adjustment, retrim it. Every time I trim it, you'll see there's a diamond in the hood, and there's a triangle up here. See the diamond? The diamond, thanks darling. You okay? You still playing?
Yeah.
You'll see the diamond. When I let go of the trimmer, watch, I'm holding it now, so the helicopter's under my control. Rolling out. Let go of the trimmer and you'll see the diamond jump to where the heading is. And that's your trimmer set. You've got Sting, you've got 2 planes to play with. Can't see where you are, Sham.
Go Sham on that SSL.
There's a couple of jets, yeah. And Sting's there, he's after him. Lisa said hello to you all, by the way. Actually, she said hello, Sham. I don't know why she's ignoring the rest of you. Well, you are when we have injuries, huh? That's what I keep telling her anyway. Okay, you get the gist. Very nice helicopter to fly once you learn it. And if you learn the trimmer system on this, it works in the same way in the Apache. However, this will hold 20%, right? Whereas the Apache is a lot less. It's like 4% one axis, 6% another. So it's a lot less on the rotational axis, but the pitch is around about 6. It's just a little bit more. I'll have to just pop this up for now because it's difficult to see what's going on there. See, I thought that was down here. And it's not great when you're flying this in really bright light. So I'm just having a look on coming down this way. We could do with something at uniform. I know that is there. Anyone got any questions about this? So really, your flying systems, as I said, when you fly the Huey, you're flying the helicopter. When you fly some of the newer helicopters, even though this is still old relatively, you are flying systems, and it makes corrections for you. In this, it's got stability augmentation system, same as the Apache, same as the A10C, and which is what these blue lights do. So they smooth your input, so it always looks and feels like a really nice smooth flight. I can now see somebody on here. No, I can't see there. They're on number 3. So looking at the map, that's gonna be short round. He's on number 3. Right, so we can send targets and things to each other. Now I might have the radio set on this. 124 radio check.
505.
Good copy, thank you. That counts for a kill for you, matey, doesn't it? So it works on here. Now, do you know, I thought you were going to say you need a bacon sandwich then. Same thing, I guess. So, the marmalade? Oh, right, okay. 124 is my radio frequency. So any black shark that flies on 124 can select a number between 1 and 4, and we all communicate together. That's why I can see him on the map. We look down at my nav, we should be able to see how far away we are. 58 kilometres, still quite a bit of a way to go. So I'm heading down here. There's a nice ridge down here. I can slide in or come down that way till we get towards that area, right? As we move forward in the shark, because the blades go opposite directions, they induce lift in opposite directions. So basically, we'll have a look in a couple of ticks once we've cleared this hill. What happens is the one blade lifts on the one side, and the other blade, because it goes the opposite direction, lifts on the other side. Hey Johnny, how are you, matey? Have you tried the engineering yet? I haven't looked. I've got it all updated, but I haven't jumped on and had a look. But that's really going to put the kibosh on a few, I think, isn't it? Too busy. Yeah, exactly. It'll make it more, you need people. It's probably worth learning. There'll be some advantages. Fire looks interesting. But you can imagine two ships facing off, and then they both have to stop shooting each other because they're on fire inside. The engineers are doing what they can, and it's a race to get one ship working so it can fire at the other one. It could be comical. So as it goes along, look at the blades. Okay, so top one lifts on the left hand side, the bottom one goes the opposite direction and lifts on the opposite side, and it pushes those blades together. If you go too quick, is that because he flies by himself? So is he one of these people who have bought massive ships but obviously now finds that because you need 9 people to crew it, you can't do it by yourself? Well, that's a bloody idiot, isn't it? What did he think was going to happen? In fact, if enough people moan in forum, i.e. 20, they'll make it all automatic. You watch. Mark my words. Because people will just moan. Even though there's a few million, you'll have a few loud people moaning about it.
Exactly, I say so.
Yeah, exactly, isn't it? So, the flight control surfaces are literally those blades. So my rudder, as I showed you, my pitch, my roll, my collective are all going through there. So while we're moving at speed, and again I can move faster than this, it'll shake a bit, but while we're moving at speed,
Off for breakfast.
alright matey, no worries. If I suddenly do a sort of harsh movement, there is a chance that this helicopter is gonna push its blades together and they'll be that close they'll hit. Which is why you have an ejection seat, right? So unlike most helicopters, if you look at the cockpits there, the pilot, what will happen is that little door swings up, right? Well, actually, it blows the blades off explosively first. The little door swings up and you can eject. The blades will have gone by then. There'll be little stubs. So if it does happen, you can eject without dying. It is a problem. And it's quite difficult to think, what do you mean? You can actually destroy your own helicopter just by flying it? Yes, you can. And when you learn this, you tend to do it sometimes. It's called a blade strike. But if they switched it or filtered it or put a profile in that stops you doing it, it means you haven't got the envelope to be able to do the things you may find yourself needing to do. So if you've got a restriction on it and it stops you, that restriction may make the difference between escape and not escaping, but it comes with a caveat, with a price. So I'm going to just drop a little bit lower. And there is soon a point where those blades will get that close together. There you go. You'll get that. So you need to put your thumb or your finger on your trimmer, hold it in, pull the stick back, at the same time drop the collective. That'll take the pressure off the blades and we're not hitting anything. Anyone got any questions? How far are we to the target? Just looking, 33 clicks. I can't shoot anything over 7k. So I'm going to drink my cup of tea as we go along, which is why this helicopter is brilliant. Tea or coffee or beer, and you can still fly. So now controlling it, I've got my feet, although I'm not doing much with them, but just by simply dropping the collective I speed up, then the height increases or decreases and I can manage enough. The guy to fix my tyres, I bet he turns up at 12 o'clock. I've had no messages from him. But in the UK we had a a bit of a rain thing going on. It rained yesterday from about, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock. It rained really heavy during the day, then it really set in and rained till 6 o'clock this morning. And we've had a lot of rain, and if he was working yesterday, I bet he's behind. Still got no track your order. Let's see where he is. Due to be started a van out. It's not doing a lot. Van has left the depot. Van is on the job. Van is, your job is complete. I don't think so. Right, so I've got an audible warning there because I am getting quite low. So I'm just lifting my nose up. You can see I'm getting closer to the target area now. I'll hit the map and zoom in. See where I am. Hit nav again. Get the compass back. So I'm obviously not close enough yet because I can see somebody else over there. There you are. You're right, matey. Oh, man, I'm bunged up at the moment, yeah, as you can hear. And my face was uncomfortable, for want of an expression. Yeah, no worries, matey. I should be on to about 2. Started about 8:30ish, I think. I am off out this afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, we could do. If only you would have got out of bed quicker. Only if you would have made the effort, you know what I mean? We'd all be not dead. Working. You should have screamed it, pup. What's the name? Is it Mildred with 21 clicks out? Ah, Hannah. We got to meet one after. If she gives me a poke. I wonder if she's forgot. She probably has forgot. Because we like for her on a Saturday every 2 weeks. Because Lisa's work. But we're supposed to be going out into town, something to eat, a drink. Then be back again at about 6ish or so. Yeah, there's a bit of a distance to this place. Do you remember what I said about going up hills and things? And this is a bit of a steep one, isn't it? But I'm not too worried on this. It's hardly a mountain. 18 clicks away. I can see where the other guy is. So it might be wise to go in a similar direction. Unless that's just a dead... unless that's a dead pilot. I have a range of about 7.1 clicks with the missiles I've got. I can extend that, but I'd need to be high, and it's not great being high when you've got things that will shoot at you, so you have to be careful. Lise, do you want to fly my shark if the door goes? Do you want to fly my helicopter if the door goes? Yeah, you probably will. You've not flown your shark yet, have you? That was a better response than I expected. Oops, 14 clicks away. So we have got a town down here, and the airbase is the other side of the town, so it is possible to get in close. And I think that is a downed helicopter. So I'm here at the moment. See, 12 clicks, 60 clicks down there. Probably shoot from down there. Just starting to slow down. Again, I'm holding the trimmer down, pulling the stick back gently as I turn, taking some of the loading off the blades so I'm not shoving them together. So I've got to find that little spot. 11 clicks. It's quite a way down these hills, isn't it? So I probably want to go down this valley. There's quite a few of the people on here fly this in VR. I don't, and I did have VR, and I'd happily fly it in VR, but you can't really stream in VR that well, to be honest. If anyone's got any questions, it's very quiet today, but if anyone's got any questions, please jump in. I am a little bit quieter than normal, still yapping a lot, because I don't feel brilliant, but it's good enough to get by. Just hope there's nothing down here. So looking down there as well, we can see distance 8.8. I'm going to slow down because not sure. I know Spatey was down that way. Hey, hey Santa. Did you manage to see the rest of the video last week? I know you would have dropped off, but I went through and explained how the weapons works using a pylon, and shot a pylon down. I don't know whether you noticed if you hooked back into it. So see these hills here? I'm going to slow down and hide behind those. Again, you see the way with this visor, it's very difficult to distinguish something that's close to you or something that's away in the distance because of the colouring. So we're going to start slowing down. We are within range now. Hey, you're right, Alex. I'm slowing down, and I don't want to go over this hill, so I'm going to try and use this hill for cover, and then peek. Yeah, I noticed. I haven't had a good proper look into it yet. So can somebody give Santa a shout out for me, please, if anyone's available to do that. I appreciate we're all flying. Kev's probably busy today. I'm on the floor again. What am I like? Right, so here you can say, yeah. Let me just go. Where are you, Chef? No, that's fine. All right. Let me do it. I shout out. Was it? Oh, thanks, pup. Okay, yeah. By me, I am right from the centre. I'm 5.7 clicks, so it's well within range. When you say you're by me, is that what you just said?
I'm not next to you.
Oh, I see you coming, yeah. Yeah, I see where you are now. Sorry, I couldn't see you then. So what I need to do now then is switch on my weapon systems. Okay. I need to switch on Master Arm, and I'm going to release the Schwal. Now hopefully I can explain some of this without dying. We can see we're looking at part of the town, but not necessarily where we want to shoot. Not yet anyway. I'll put this on so you can see. Okay. Outside the helicopter we've got the Schwal. So just under here is a camera, which is gimbal. To the side of it is a laser, because the weapons, these missiles, are laser guided, so I have to point the laser there. Inside we've got the L140 laser, and that is a rangefinder and weapon guidance. We can see the target slightly off to my right, which is over here, which is fine. And I'm going to release the Schwal, and we'll see a circle appear and the bottom screen light up. We're going to move this. We move this around. I don't know how long you're on for, Santa. And this is on a hat. You can make it analog, but you've got a lot more control with it on a hat. So you can see we can go up, down, left and right, and we can see the target area. Okay. Now this allows me to go all the way around to here, and if we look over on the Abris, you can see the angle. Oh, you got it, did you? Excellent. You might get annoyed with the AI, but can you see the angle I can look at with this camera? Okay. Now the camera is on a gimbal at the front of the helicopter. You can see you've got a wide range. When you look in the hood, you can see there's a box. And when you're at the extent of the range, not only does this flash... Alright, when you see this, okay, you can see this flashing in the hood and this flashing. So when you look in here, you can tell that the camera's way, way, way off to the one side or the other. As you bring it back in towards the centre of the screen, right, as soon as the camera is visible on the hood, the box will disappear. You'll see it in a minute. There it is. As soon as it goes off the hood, box comes back. So the box is telling you what the extents left, right, up and down of the camera are. Now, I'm in a hover, which is a fairly stable hover. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to shoot over there to the right, but I'm in a hover, and what that means is I've got to move and then get back into a hover, which is a ball's egg. So if we put the camera away, we can switch on a really nice function called auto turn, and when I release the Schwal again and move it down, you see the helicopter moves already. I can actually turn, and when I let go of the gimbal, the helicopter turns to match, right, the direction the camera's looking. And because the camera's looking there, that's where the laser's going to be pointing. And because the laser's pointing there, that's where the missiles will go. So let's zoom in this a little bit. So let's turn this round. Let's extend the range a little bit. And you can see now, I can see right where the airport is that I'm aiming at. Okay. If I select a weapon, which I haven't got one selected, notice in the cockpit there's 4 lights. These are showing my stores. So if I select the outer stores, a little green light comes on, and we can now see a targeting reticule as well. Now at the moment it tells me what we've got selected, but I can't see because we're down this dip. Right? So I'm going to lift up. But again, we're in a hover. If we look down here, there's a brake. See it there, just pulling up? If I pull that brake, that's going to allow me to adjust my height without having to get out of the hover. So I'm very gently adding more than 20% because the trimmer's got hold of it, input, so I can look over this hill. And the reason I'm not right on top of the hill is because it makes it easier, right, for me to get back down into cover. But as I lift up, we'll start to see with a bit of luck the airport coming into view. He says I might have to go higher. Now what I've got to be careful of is if the airport's this way, which I think it is, some of the weapons might extend over on my left. So I'm looking, okay. Now it might be better for me to slide over to the left a little bit, right, so that my helicopter's looking and then protecting my right hand side from what's over there. Okay, let's have a little look at the map. We can see there's smoke there already. So I was right, look, there's the base. And here's the target area. Now, at this point in time, I have no idea, sorry for leaning forward and talking in a different part of your head. I have no idea, right, whether that smoke is okay. So I can adjust the brightness, contrast on this to make it look darker, lighter, more contrasty, which might make it a little bit easier, but it may change depending. I can see I'm also drifting a little bit, but I can't see any targets over this side. It's definitely the airport by the looks of it, or it looks like it to me. I mean, I don't think it's any further. And my helicopter doesn't know the difference between friendlies and enemies, so it warns me either way. So let's see if I can move this over to the left. And that'll give me a better view over here. So it's telling me where they're firing from. And now with a bit of luck, you see the way the helicopter should, press that on and off I think, should be back in a nice stable hover. And now I've got a bit more of a view. They're having fun. This is why they say rifle. Are those planes ready to take off? Okay. So we've got something, a couple of trucks moving along, right? Now I need to put my laser on so I can get a range. Okay, I'm locked there. Let's move this down. What's he got with him? I'll use this just to demonstrate. Now, because the trucks are moving, I can also switch on a moving ground target. So what that means, you see that truck there? And the helicopter is moving to track him. It is really quite good, right? If we look in the hood, we've got the range there. Right, let's put the laser on, relock, and this tells me I can fire because it's within range. You notice the letter C It disappears if I'm too far off and comes back when my target pipper and my laser are aligned. So someone's just killed these two. Okay. So I'm assuming these two are going to be gone in a second. With 5.7 clicks, I've got a target locked. Wherever he goes, my helicopter's going to track him. There we go. That wasn't me, by the way, that was Pup. Something hiding down there. Can't quite see it. Can I zoom in any more? Nope. We got vehicles here, look. So let's take that one out there. Okay. Make sure that the circles are concentric. Hold the fire button. Rifle. And off goes the missile. It follows the laser beam. I'm shooting at the... There's a line of 4, yeah? No, the missile was a bit off. Trying again. Oh, someone's got it. Negative, there's one just behind it. I'll get it if I can get in. Rifle. Smoking urinal. Okay. Oh, that tank's moving now in front of my target. There was one in the middle and there was another one further up the road. So the one that I was trying to shoot, the other tank, has decided to move even though it was smoking. I might have got both. Someone's just done that one. Oh, those two are down by the looks of it. Is that the one that's burning already? I can see something really low level the other side, really low down. That's not anything to do with anti-air, is it? It seems dead either way. No eyes on you at the moment, Sham. No, do it in the right voice, you know. You're going in bit. Just bear in mind, my... Oh, what's that over there? Doesn't look like a lot. But the beauty of this is that the helicopter's tracking where I'm looking like. So it's never that far away from me just adding an extra bit to make these align. No, the reason why they align, right, like that is because I've got the setting here set to auto. And what that does is put a set of restrictions that says something like you can only fire the missile. What, you're dead or it's dead? You can only fire the missile, right, if the missile or the target is in range of the missile, okay? So, you are limited by the range of the missile before it allows you to fire. That's the wrong one I wanted there. That's it. The other one, the other limit, is it's a laser guided missile. Therefore, you can only fire if the laser and the missile are pointing at the same place. So the target pipper and the laser have to be relatively concentric. So concentric means the target pipper has to be overlaying where the laser pointer is. Because if it's not, then basically what's going to happen is you'll fire and it won't see the laser and it's not going to hit the target. And you also have the limitation of the weapon. So in the case of the laser guided missiles, it's 7.1 kilometers. So when it's on auto, these parameters are applied to the weapon system. Now, you can make those missiles go further than 7.1, but it reduces, right, the chances of you destroying the target. However, if you get higher, you can extend the throw. So if you're up at 1800 meters, for instance, right, what that means is that you can make the missile travel quite a bit further than 7.1 kilometers. And it depends on how high you are as to how far it will go, with a limitation of the thrust of the missile, right? It will go as far as the thrust goes and then it will just drop out of the sky. So to do that, you would need to switch it to manual. And when you switch it to manual, it doesn't care whether you're pointing where the laser is or not. It doesn't care if you're even heading in the right direction. It doesn't care how far away the target is. So if you think of it in terms of, if you leave it on auto, the chances of you destroying the target is like 98%. And it's like, you want to do it in manual? Okay, up to you. And that's it. So that way round, it basically means you can do everything completely wrong, but you can also stretch those parameters a little. You can also fire at something, and if it blows up, you can move your laser to somewhere else. You can do quite a few different things, if that makes sense. As you saw then, you know,
Yeah, well said. What missile are you using?
so this is the Vickers. Hey, Yakwell. Right, now I'm coming into land because then you get your points for any kills. This week I killed something, so I'm going to put my gear out. And I'm using exactly the same technique as I did with the Huey earlier, except this is a shark. Remember, it's got 20% on the trimmer, but I'm holding the trimmer button down and disengaging it. Make sure my wheels are down, which they are. I'm going to move away from this taxi line, and then when I land I should get some points. It's only going to be like 1 point or something stupid, but you can see how smooth this helicopter is. And this is why you want to learn the Huey first, because that's all you. This is me plus the systems. Okay, just slowing down all the way down, just going against there, dropping it down, and it should be relatively smooth. And because the brakes are on, it won't roll when we land. Okay, so you'll see I'll get a couple of points. Yay, I got 10 credits. Yeah, that was more than last week. Okay, still got loads of missiles left. But as a helicopter, it's a really, really nice single-player helicopter. The Apache is excellent, but it's much better with 2 people. So if you want something that's faster than the Apache, you've got 12 missiles. You can do buddy lasing. There's a missile that you can put on it that will blow ships. It can be a bit clunky in parts, but it's a really nice module. So let's have a look, see what's going on. Just follow the road, Stingy. There's a road coming up on your left now. Follow the road, right, left, left, left.
Going 319 from
Yeah.
very close.
So you're over other roads now.
Going 300 from you.
Also, you're only 4 kilometres away, which is not far.
Yeah, it's definitely on your left, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, there's a convoy
Going 261 now.
that's going up somewhere. So we've taken this base. It needs more supplies. There's a SA5 up the way. Probably more of a job for a helicopter, isn't it, than a plane, really? Right, dead ahead, and it's down, but you're too close, I think.
5 kilometres out.
Let's have a look, see what he's doing. There it is, yeah, right in front. Oh, his guns. Yeah, it's where it's going, it's undulating. It's undulating quite a lot. That's his Stingy. Right, okay. Fuel wise, you can see down here, look. So it's going to be a good idea to refuel and rearm. No, matey, there was a worm who's looking like, you know, mush, but that's about it really. Where you were, as you were coming over, the ground lifted up a little bit either side of them, so you hit the sort of dirt just in front. Ideally you want to go up the road, which is now on your left, and you're crossing it, and if you followed the road, you'll be alright. That was a little bit close. Some more worms you scraped there nearly with your fuselage. But you can see the road underneath you, Stingy. It's off to your left. Needs an A10 on it, doesn't it? Right, okay. Gonna rearm, refuel. You can see the fuel's used half of it. Push that up, load out. Just go for the same. I've only fired a couple of missiles. Remove that, remove that. Say okay. Now you notice there's no copies because you have to turn the radio to ground crew. Radio to ground crew is this one there. Turn it all the way around. That sounds like it might be something to do with my car. Make sure you change this, because that will probably be back to where it was. And then we'll say okay. Let me just check something, I'll be back in a minute. And notice you get copies now. Anyhow, welcome to the channel, by the way. I do apologise, I didn't notice some of you pop in there. Did he get one then? No. I'll just be back in 2 ticks. I'm waiting for someone to come and do my tyres. I bet she's ill. Yeah. Let's have a look. Anyone en route yet?
No bullets.
Just point your finger at them. Okay. Rearming complete. You have hit them. I can see they're damaged. It's 40k Trek 285. Okay. So let's have a little look. Wherever my button is. So I want to go 285. Oh, I'll give them a whirl and see. I'm afraid that the guy who is supposed to be coming
Get those supplies.
to do... Did I say 285 or 245? The guy who's supposed to be coming and doing my car tyres hasn't turned up yet. And he's supposed to be here between 8 and 12. Anyone remember the angle? I think it was 285. Can't see it at the moment. Oh, we're heading that general direction for a bit. Give it a bit of welly. Yeah, it looks like it. And moved over a little bit. No, still 285. About 40k. Was that you, darling?
What?
Was that you or the door?
I might have a tour now. Don't think it was me.
Okay.
I was playing my game.
You're sorry, give me a shout if it is. That might be the guy to do my tyres. If it... Okay. Sure, the postman won't do me tyres, will he? Or she? Is that for me, is it?
One of them's for you, but this one's for me.
I know what you haven't done. It might be that.
What?
Stick job.
No, it's not. It's HMRC.
Oh yeah, telling you again.
Well, to me again, yeah. Yeah.
Just take the letter into work and say, look, can you send it to them or fax it?
Get back to me.
Oh, shall I pay attention? Yep, maybe a good idea. Anyone got any questions? It's really quiet. Generally with me, sometimes I'll shoot things, sometimes I won't, but most of the time I spend explaining what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, etc. Just, there's usually always someone new who's on. And sometimes if I actually say something and somebody learns something, that is the general gist of what it is. Yeah, sometimes I get shot down. Sometimes I get shot down by my own people. But hey. So I've got this tyres attack there over to my left I've got to be mindful of. Tyres attack. There's me waiting for a guy to come and put some tyres on.
Well said. Why not use hellfires for tank killing?
Hellfires for tank killing? What, you mean jump into the Apache? The Vickers work absolutely fine. and I've got anti-armor cannon as well. So on the side of this is a cannon, and I can use either really. It just depends whether I can catch them, whether the people down here, which are getting closer, see me and come after me, which they may do. You can't, no. This is a Russian helicopter, and I'm not exactly 100% sure why, but they don't have access to Hellfires, so they use Vickers, which is sort of the equivalent of sort of laser guided air to ground missiles. That's it. This thing will carry anti-air. It's got rockets on. Yeah, you've just got to realise that just because the weapons are there, you can't use them. You're limited to the weapons. It does carry a nice anti-ship missile, which is always a little bit iffy. It will do anti-air, but that is so clunky. This helicopter was never designed for anti-air. I mean, I've shot planes out the sky just using my cannon. A VRS in this, it's so difficult to VRS compared to some things. So I'm still heading in the... Thought I was flying the what? A Western heli. Ah, right, yeah. No, this is the Russian Ka-50. This version of it, which is a version 3 within DCS, is a bastard version. They originally designed an upgrade that this was going to go and get infrared and stuff, but the Russians pulled permission. They'd already done the modelling. The modelling is far better than the Shark 2. We haven't got infrared, so I haven't got black hot, white hot, which is a pain. Okay, this is online. It's on my server, but this is a persistent one. So basically, we're working our way through. So I have to be careful because of the ground here. We're working our way through, and we started over on Cyprus there, captured all of that, and working our way down, capturing everything. It's persistent, which means that basically when we finish, where am I now? When we finish, it's alright, just keeping an eye open. When we finish, we're actually, it saves what we've done, so we can restart the server and carry on from where we left off. So it's a mission called Foothold Syria, and it'll just track, as long as you make a tweak on your game, it'll track everything that you're doing. So I need to get either 7 clicks to these guys, or go high and I can shoot them further. But as you can see on the map, we've got these here, look, SA8s, various things, so I'm having to be mindful. Cannon on this is on the side. I think it's a 30mm, does high explosive and armor piercing. I think that might be the town they've just gone through. Need to adjust 298. So I'm going to adjust slightly. Should be a road over here that I should be able to pick up. Zoom in a little bit. Ah, they've legged it, look. They were going up that road. They seem to be coming down a different road. Now they're coming towards me. That's not great, but hey ho. I'll just check my phone. Ah, hi there, it's Cameron Halvin on my way, running slightly late due to a logistics issue this morning. Briefly, just one moment. Hello? Let's reply to him. That was a voicemail.
Your tires were late being delivered.
Yeah, well, that's what the message was. We're running a behind, there's a logistics problem. But then again, after yesterday's weather, what we got, 10 clicks, 313. I'm going to have to be careful or these little buggers will get me. And I'll have to suddenly disappear just for a couple of ticks. Because I know he'll just get on and do it. I tried to phone him back but couldn't. And now he'll think there's a problem. But he'll be here about 20 minutes. I'm going to start slowing down. Because I need to know where this enemy is. And I think they're coming towards me again. Certainly looks that way. Unless they... No, they're going back to the road, are they? I've got a little town there. Might be able to wait for them. I'll probably mess it up, but hey ho. Yeah, look, see their range. So that's their detection range. Slow down. This is not the best helicopter for finding targets in on the fly. It's not like the Apache where you've got white hot, black hot, well, all the infrared stuff. As I said, it was supposed to be in, but the Russians withdrew their permission. FCR is good, but it feels sometimes a bit like over the top and takes some of the fun out of it. I cannot hide in here, that's the thing.
777 cent. It's a smart move for what's going on.
Yeah, it is. See if I've got anything underneath me. So what I'm trying to do is find some cover, hopefully, and be a bit sneaky. Now they'll probably be over a ridge, but there's enough cover here, I think. Give it a couple of seconds, this should just settle. Are they going back up the road? That's even better. So they moved down to get back up the road. Right. 6k at 334. Right, okay. Come back out of this. Come back out of that. So they're over here somewhere. Now they're getting back on the road after, I think that was about 6k. So in theory, if I lift up and look down that way, I'm not sure how far. Too close. I might be able to see them. But because of the land is so undulating, it's not the easiest thing. Oh, is that them there? Look. they'll be out of my range soon.
Hey mate, just here for the background noise, but wanted to say hi and have a good weekend.
Yeah, no worries, matey. That's fine, Stixie. You can just put me on the background. You're going to sleep, I take it, are you? Right, one of the things I can do is take that off. Look down here. Go in a straight line, more or less. I can also, right, switch on my weapon and change this to, he says, armor piercing. And we'll see if we can see them physically. The trouble is they've got a range, as you can see. So I'm heading in the right way. I need to pick up that road. They might shoot me before I shoot them. That's the problem. Let go off, yeah. Is that the road there? No, that's a tower. Jesus. Gotta work out which road they're on. So once I get past these, they go, oh the shit, they're going to attack our guys, or our guys are going to attack them. I better hurry up before somebody's trucks go and attack them and I'll get nothing. Let's put that back. I wish I could reach my keyboard. There we go. So it is straightforward. I should be able to pick up the road. It's probably this one on my right. If I switch this off, I'll get an idea of my speed and the direction. And I'm still going up the road. Someone sent these down, so there's going to be a bit of a firefight. This is definitely the road, he says. You can see the way it bends there. I have a 4.1k range on my gun. So in theory, great. I should be up there somewhere. That might even be them over there, I think. Check, yeah. Let's see what happens, shall we? I'll probably end up shooting ours, make sure that's working, which it is. Try and get on the road a bit. Close.
What am I doing?
Just open the door, hand him the keys, the locking nut is on the front, and I'll be with him in a minute. Oh. Shit. Yeah.
Is it definitely the front tyres that's still being done?
It's the front two, and I've left space for him to park. I'll be with you in a minute.
Under attack. Warning. Under attack.
So those ones were our troops. Come on.
INU failure.
Yeah.
Doppler navigation system failure.
It's not going to be good, is it? Look.
Gun is unlocked.
Okay, one. I am dying a death. I might be on fire as well. I might have lost an engine. Yeah, can you hear it? Yeah, left engine's gone.
Electrics on battery.
Electrics have gone on battery. Jenny's stopped. No guns, no weapons. That's full collective. This is me being a little bit more distracted than I want to be, and that was the wrong button.
Hydraulics bayside.
Right, let me.
Work great when you use them. THC42 said.
Yeah, the Vickers are really good. Yeah, I didn't realise I was quite as close. Right, let's go and have a look. I'll be back down, back up in a minute. I need to go and see this guy, and then I'll be back. Sorry about that, guys. Boys and girls. Let's go. 2 front tyres to stick on. Right. Has Yam come on in the end? Someone else shooting these. Oh no. They're still going. That convoy's heading up still. I think I killed one thing and got it. Let's have a look. They completely wrecked the convoy that was coming out. could do with a booby trap thing on them, but some of the features that we got on some of the missions aren't on here. Now, where are these guys off to? It looks like they're going for here. The tyres. Time. What time is it? Okay, 12:40. I've still got time. Let me get hold of someone and find out whether we've got to go out or not. If not, we can fly a little bit longer. Who we got up? Okay. Here's one of the guys who was in the in another shark, as you can see. He's also got the anti-air out on the wingtips, and they're a bit of a pain in the ass. You sort of have to know something's coming. They are literally like man pads basically stuck on the sides. The shark never had 3 pylons. You're right. Oh, what? Because of the update. So they've got like man pads, and this is because they had the permission pulled. So they've sort of added another feature on. The modelling of it is much better than the 2, and it's even better for people in VR. But let me just see if we're still going out, because I've got missed calls here. So my phone's just told me I got a tyre pressure fault on my cars. We get a bloody phone call in a minute, which is why I'm a bit hesitant to jump straight into something else. So this is Spatey, who was just looking. The other guy is Whizbit. He won this helicopter in the one of my biscuit challenges, and all it is you have to guess the biscuit. So when I do a competition, which I do sometimes, oh look, that was a wing wave. So when I do a competition, it's really easy. You just have to guess the biscuit I'm eating. And I know it's like off the wall, and it's also quite rare. Not as many last year as there was before. So typically if it's my birthday, sometimes at Christmas if there's a sale, I might buy either a helicopter for someone or an A10 or an F18. And you just have to guess what biscuit I'm eating. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I did mess up last time. I think that was when I did one for Star Citizen. I forgot my webcam was on and pulled the biscuit out. And then the one guy from New Zealand identified it as something called the Shrewsbury. Who's using Hot Start? Oh, really? Tut tut. Okay, so I assume they're going on there. Right, let's have a look then. I've got my tyre man, I'm waiting for a phone call, I think. Are you resupplying a pup? Yes, you are, aren't you? You're in a Chinook. These are really good. As I said, I was flying it earlier on. you can just carry so much in there. And when you look in the back, it just looks like it's empty still, which is quite amazing. It is a nice helicopter to fly, but it's nowhere near finished. It needs quite a lot of work doing to it. Shamble's gone, has he?
Double.
I'm not sure where Yami's flying from. What, you in Yam, the 18 or what?
Yeah, I'm in the 18. It's my go-to for dogfight.
Where are you flying from?
Just take off from Hammer. I'm not too far away from you guys.
Yeah.
I think it's the closest military base. With a runway.
Just looking at the moment. There he is. So I'm just having 5 at the moment. If anyone's got any questions, please ask. There is a sale on at the moment. Not sure of the prices, but that usually there are some good prices. Yeah, watching you. So he's doing a little bit of air to air, I would say. I've got my controller on, which is what I normally use to follow things round, so I can get some better shots. I've still got anybody on YouTube? Oh God, could never tell. You're not flying today, Platty? Send a text. You are right. Okay, he's after these probably.
Right, I'm about I'm 105 for 70 Angels 25.
He's coming out of here. Can't see anything in the air over there at the moment. This is Jeff down south, which is, let me change that to miles, you'll know where it is then. Yeah, 66 mile away. That's probably the closest plane at the moment. There's a couple coming up the coast. I don't think they'll bother you. They're way off behind. 59 miles away.
Not too far away from them. They probably won't even notice them yet.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking. But there's not a lot in the AO at the moment. Right, okay. I've just sent a message to someone, so it's going to be a little bit... I'll probably get interrupted, but we'll see. Where's the place we just took over? Palmyra. So we'll go to Palmyra. And I'll jump in the Apache. So what we got on... L's. I think they're all L's by the looks of it. Oh, we've got a couple of K's. Can we do all L's? Probably won't want me to. One 4Ks. I don't think it'll let me do it. I picked the wrong one. Okay, let's see how we get on with this. Don't want empty loadout. That's on there. I'm not going to spawn it hot. It's a bit cheaty, isn't it? Can you hear my computer then? Right, okay. Apache. It's got a load of missiles on. It'll be running heavy. It's also got hat on a stick.
Oh, shoot.
What happened?
Been launched on.
From?
5. I don't know where it is.
Okay, I can see you. Yeah, the SA5. Okay. SA5 is 95 degrees for 69 miles. Are you sure it's launched at you?
Sorry, I've hit the deck.
Can't see a missile in flight.
I can say my joystick.
No worries. You hadn't got a joystick. Oh,
It was tangled up with the cable. I hit the joystick.
that's not good, mate. That's sloppy pilots, that is. Sloppy pilot. Right, we'll put the battery on. And we'll see the battery coming on.
I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to get one of those hooks and like stick it to the joystick, I think, so I've got all my cables together.
Right, I got you. I've got one sort of on the side of one of my drawers with all the cables, a lot of them going in there. Okay, we're also going to switch on the APU.
That's tad annoying.
And we should see in the panel, APU's powering on. And I shut the cockpit. It's alright, I was just coughing there. Okay, iHads is coming on. I'm going to switch the iHads off at the moment. We're going to try and switch the iHads. Oh yeah, that was the right key. Okay, so if we look down, we're going to start the left engine. And we're going to wait till NP is around about 20 or just over. Is that you whistling, Luce? Oh, I thought it was this guy doing my thing, whistling at the door, and it's the game. Typical. So we're going to press the left engine forward and then wait. And we can see the MP there. We'll wait for it to go up. And then what we're going to do is move the left-hand engine into the idle position. The engine will start. And you'll see the rotors. There's the little guy there. This is the TAD at the front. Okay, so if we look down here, we're looking for the PSI to go less than 70. When it's less than 70, we can turn the, start the next engine. Okay, so we'll start second engine, same thing. Right, engine forward, just have a look at the numbers here. When they're up to 20 and a bit more or roundabouts, we move this into the idle position. Right, while we're doing that, we can go into TSD show. We want to be able to see where the CPG cursor is. Threat show, we want to see threats and targets on the map, okay? But also, while we're here, once it's aligned, we're going to set an LZ back here, although it should have a number. We'll have a look in a minute. So when this drops below 70, we're then going to push the throttles for the engine up. Okay, so now these are going to be increased. Again, like always, don't go mad with them, just gently roll them up. Okay, so helicopter's starting in, everything's looking okay there. It's not aligned yet. Just wait for it to align. Radio's currently on 127.5. So I'm going to go to COM, go to manual, choose that and change that to 124.00. And we should see 124, and then we'll see if we've got any radio. 124 radio check. 24 radio check. Not hearing a lot.
Right.
Okay. So it's that one there. Right, so let's jump back off that. The frequency's right. Here's the map. So we should go point, add, click on there, change that to LZ for landing zone. It's actually LZ, but for some reason people don't know that. And we're going to call it home. It's a very easy way to get back and see it on the map. And just accept the values that are being put in. Now it's aligned, it'll do that, and it gives us a group of concentric circles. Okay, right, let's have a look at weapons. All the weapons, they're all unsafe. We can do a ground override. Look, doing a built-in test. What we need to do is bore sight my iHads. My iHads is off at the moment. I'll switch it on. And also, not only that, as you've probably noticed, I have a tendency to pause, zoom in, and move around. So it does sort of make it a little bit difficult for this to be in the right place. So what I tend to do is put myself in a home position of about there, roundabouts. And then we'll align my iHads with me in this position. So I've got a rough idea, okay? Now, when you go onto bore sight and iHads, what should happen is a little screen illuminates and allows you to align your iHads. Your cursor drops down ready for you to press that button. But what I'm going to do is turn up this lighting. Now normally you would turn it up at the beginning before you do anything. So this rotary, we can turn it all the way up, and now we can see. If you don't do that and you come to this stage and it's not there, you know why, okay? So I'm sitting in a position that I've aligned.
14 superset. What is happening?
That's just moved, just one moment. For some reason my buttons moved. That'll do. Do it with the mouse. So here are 14 super. So we've just taken Palmyra and then we're moving on to this area. We're on Syria. It's been running a few weeks now. It's one of the foothold missions. So we took all of those and then this one and then worked our way down. So we're working our way down to here. What's this red? Oh, it's a convoy taking out the refinery. So we basically moved down, moving across and just following on. So short round Wisbit, there's an SA-19 sitting on the road opposite to you guys. It may be moving, I'm not sure.
Syria, right?
Yes, it's 19 miles out. It is Syria. Okay, so where are we? So we've got that, we've got... Was that you, Lise? It's alright, I heard a clunk. Okay. I'll go. Sorry, guys.
Would you like a taxi note? Or another taxi?
Must be my tyres popping. Sorry about that. Hopefully I didn't knock the handle, the joystick, handle, bloody hell. Okay, so we don't need these on anymore. This is the APU, we'll switch that off. This is aligned. Let's have a look, what else do we need? Right, we're going to change the acquisition target to the gunner's helmet sight. We're also going to, let's have a look. Switch on, if I can remember where it's gone to. Weapon, util, MMA pinned, FCR, that's there. Oh, what's changed about this? There's something changed and I can't think what it is. Util. MMA, there we go. FCR bit, oh right, that's me. So now the FCR's on, we can change this to FCR. Select the FCR. Okay. It's a pylon error, is there? Okay. Where's that?
From our location, about 218 for 10 Angels 3.
Okay.
He will be dealt with. Some sorts right here.
Yeah, you got an SA-19 slightly left. Okay, I can see the MI8.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's literally down in front of you. 2 miles away, 204. It's moving slightly, that's it, yeah.
My red pedals aren't working. That's just awesome.
There he is on your right. Wave.
Yeah, I did.
Somebody tried to talk there in channel, can't. Looks lit up but can't hear.
Lovely.
Sorry, who is it?
Hello.
Right, okay. Sorry guys, I mean, so many things going on today. As is always, we can switch this on. I'm going to turn all the volumes up. And put the squelches on. Right, we're going off to Shayrat, which 56. Let's go and have a look and see what we got on our waypoints. Probably won't go that far up because these can't handle that.
So low.
They always are, matey.
I only get a lot of
Oh, I'll
not
just go straight out there. Right, let's uncage this. Let's countermeasures a bypass. Okay. Let's see where I'm actually heading. Yeah, the MI8 still heading towards tyres to probably do a resupply.
Box 2.
I think I'm over here. 267. So let's have a look. Let's put the axis on for you so you can see the cyclic, the pedal and the collective. Okay. Okay, gotta go.
Two aircraft going 308, 20, engines 4. Cold, catching up. Swarming things at the moment.
Right, darling. Tyres were not quite as bad as I thought, but they were getting there. Yeah. Right, apologies for that. Always the bloody way, isn't it? Right, so that's one problem. I've sent a text to Stefka and I haven't had any response. Right, okay, where were we? I was about to fly off. I was looking at the angle, which way we're going, direction-wise. We're going 267 for 32. What have I got? A pylon error. What's wrong with my weapons? Right, let's pop up in the air. So as I was saying earlier, the Apache, the trimmer system is similar but different. Okay, so what you have to be aware of is that this works in the same way as the Shark, so at the moment it's disabled. I've forgotten the angle I was supposed to be going at now. It's over that way somewhere. I haven't got supplies. 267 was it?
Box 2.
Oh, there we go. Well, no, we don't. I'm not following that.
Box 2. Box 3.
It's a good job I wasn't going across the runway.
1, airborne. 1, engaging bandit at bullseye 143 for 90 at 4,000.
So the other thing is that when you trim with this, you trim everything, okay? So you're trimming your rudder, which is what you can see up there.
Splash wall.
You can see where things are set to. You need to get a bit of speed on before everything starts working properly.
Splash 2.
Let's move forward a little bit. Where am I? Down here? Heading the wrong way, of course. Should have been, yeah, 267. So it's down this way a little bit. Don't believe that's where we're supposed to be going, but it seems to be in the right way. Okay, so this will hold, right, the trimmer. I think it's something like 4% in the one axis and 6% on pitch. It's also got, if you watch the top left, you can see where it's trimmed to. You can see the asterisks, okay, but it also trims the rudder. So when you have to relax your grip on the rudder, your joystick, you also have to relax your grip or your feet on the rudder or your hand. Now just bear that in mind. So that should be trimmed there and it'll get settled down in a minute. You've also got something called attitude hold. So once you set that, which I'm going to do now, he says, why is it not going? Oh, I know why. Because it's that button, that's why, you dozy bugger. So what that will do is hold the helicopter's attitude, and again it'll just fly in that direction. You can see it's locked because you've got this box around it. You can also have an altitude hold, and once the altitude drops a little, I'll box that as well, add a little bit of input so it's not going to go down too much. And it'll hold that. Now if it can't hold them, it'll beep and it'll tell you. You can see they held here on this screen, and it'll try and hold it. If you're going slower than 40 kilometers, it will think you're trying to get into a hover. So if you look here, you can see now these boxes, and it's just holding everything as it is. The velocity vector is off to the right, which means we're actually, even though we're pointing this way, we're going slightly up, if that makes sense. Right. Anyone got that one? If you want to get this into a hover like the Shark, you can do that, but you just need to slow it down as much as possible, and then put it in attitude hold, and it'll get into hover really quick. Once you're below 40, it assumes you want to hover, so the slower you can get it, the quicker it gets in, and then you can also lock off the altitude as well. So I'll reset those for now, and I'm just holding the trimmer. I can, where's my velocity vector? There it is. So I can turn this slightly right, push the stick slightly left. I am going a little bit out here, but I can align the, okay. So now I'm actually heading where I'm looking. This is always pointing forward, but this isn't going off at a weird angle. It is going down because it's not heading enough to the right. And even though the helicopter looks squiffy, it's actually going more forward than diagonal. Alright? So from where I am, let's go forward. 269 I need to head. So I'm going to hold the trimmer. Just change this over. Don't tell me that symbol there is where 269 actually is. It's not far off, is it? I think that's coincidence, I believe. Right, let's get this set. And we'll just go over there. The only problem is with the Apache, it's not as fast as the Shark. And if you're flying with Chinooks, you really need to slow down for the Apaches if you're flying the Chinook. Make sure I've got my... Oh, interesting. That's not that button, is it? That's that button. So what is my countermeasures? That one, okay. It's been a while. I think I jumped into it the other week for a little bit and that was about it. Right, so we're off in the sort of right direction. Now I'm also using the FCR, and the FCR is fine, but you have to be really careful with it because you'll end up blowing your own people up. Right? So the FCR is fire control radar, and I'll just push this button and this goes on a single scan, so you can see straight away I've got a helicopter there. Now I know that's a friendly helicopter, so there's something else I'm going to do. I'm going to put this over to the TADs, and I haven't even switched the TADs on, have I? Oh, there it is anyway. And I'm going to go see scope. And can you see I can now see the helicopter in my hood. The other thing is if I'm on this, there's something called link. And I think if I hold this button, I can move these little buttons on this hat, but I can't click on the button. But if it goes down to link, what actually happens is the things that are targeted on here will pop up on here. So if I go into zoom mode, what we got down there? See the helicopter? I'm sorry if I'm locked on someone. It's not. It's accidental. Switch this off for now. Switch that off. There we go. Otherwise, I'm lazing him, and these alarms will be going off. But you get the gist. So this is synced to this, but you really want to know what you're shooting at. Otherwise, it's a little indiscriminate. So that's Whizbit. So I'm going to point back over to the left where I need to be, which is down at 266. I'm holding the trimmer in, turning, looking at the number on the top. See how far out I was. I think that's when I went and saw the tyre man. I'd got more on the front tyres than I thought, but because I do so many miles, I didn't want to risk. I know it's going to be frosty and freezing, and I didn't want to risk the tyres going too flat in the weather that we've been having, because I've been coming home in horrendous rain with so much water, and I knew they were going, but they were better than I thought. They'd still got about 3 mil on. Now bearing in mind I've done 31,000 in those tyres. The first time I ever had the car I did 10,000 and wore them out, so I've had to modify my driving somewhat to do the mileage. So now I've done 31,000 on them, hence why I was a bit concerned. It is a slow helicopter. I can go faster than this though, to be honest, so push the nose down a little bit. As you can see, the torque, which is this one here, oh, I forgot to do my rudder. The torque basically shows you how much torque is applied, and if that starts going too high, what the helicopter does, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. I do apologise. What that does is, if you remember me talking about a VRS and everything else earlier on, if you over torque the helicopter and try and push it to deliver more RPM.
Got a Mustang that was new in 2016. It's not only got 26.000 miles. Original tyres, they're a bit hard now long.
I bet they are a bit hard as well, matey. The original thing with my car is that I wasn't going to be doing the mileage, and where I'm working at the moment is ridiculous. I'll go in 3 days a week,
Don't drive a lot long,
and I'm doing about 480 miles, which is just 3 days. It's about 160 each day, and it cost me 300 quid a month in fuel just to go there and back for 3 days. But it's piling the mileage on. Right, so we'll just head off and keep going.
Flying said, you need a donkey.
I need a donkey. It'll take too long to get there. I must admit, I am getting between 50 and 60 miles a gallon out of it, depending sometimes on the time of day I'm going and that, which is not bad. It's petrol only, and it's a little car. Okay, there's Whizbit. Very quiet at my end because I've got the volume turned down from the game. I think it's quite loud on your side. Hopefully you can hear me talking over the top, such as it is. What time is it? 13:24. I forgot I started at 8:30.
In from the north, engaging a bandit at bullseye 188 for 110.
So there's some hills there I think we can use. This scans, it'll scan left, right, so you can make it go to the left. And I'm literally scanning that side. And then you can do the same to the other way. You can see the pointer where it points. Scanning that side. And because we've got these white L's on these laser missiles here, it will basically, when I squeeze the trigger, load the target. Excuse me. Apologies. It'll lock on the targets in the order that this system designates. It does take the fun out of it a bit, but what you got to be careful of is you end up shooting your own planes. Radar guided, sorry mate. Hence why you've got a fire control radar. Why I said that, I don't know. The laser guided are the clear ones, the white ones are the radar, which is why you need a fire control radar ideally.
Sounds like you need a fresh cup of tea.
Sounds like I need a bit of an implant. It's this time of day, isn't it? So you just start to feel worse. But at least I turned up. Right, I need to start slowing down. I'll take off the attitude hold. Oh man, coughing like crazy. So there's not much left in there actually. Whatever's left, 10 clicks or 10 miles. Let's change that to kilometres. 18k. So this is a range here of 8k, 8,000 metres. So I need to go down this way and give me some cover from these hills. 235.
Johnny said.
That's right.
That's Johnny. Johnny said what, mate? Oh. Yeah, I started getting bunged up the other day. Catching something off someone from somewhere. It's people at work off hill. One of my guys has just come back. And also where Lisa works as well.
Rebuilds vest Steve for me.
Oh right, yeah. I've only got the PTU and the live on. Is there a what's it one? Is it, which one's the engineering in? Is that a preview channel? That pops in an A10.
Smash one.
Yeah.
Alright, I haven't put the preview on today.
Tech review.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to need to start slowing down soon. Still too far left. Let's slow down
If
here.
you're bored of everything, probably go boating.
Boating? What, you're bored of all the games? I'm slowing this down now, as I said before. Right? When you slow this down and then enable,
I must be a good age.
probably Johnny. You're still younger than me, so you're alright, I think. You slow it down as much as you can before you engage the attitude hold, right? You should find that you can get it to settle a lot quicker. Now, unfortunately, I was going backwards a little bit much. You can see the altitude on the right.
When you're this ugly and old, it's to the big green field out back.
Well, I get like put out the misery. So the slower you can get it, the better, because what will happen then is it should just settle down. It is moving backwards a little bit. It will try and correct it, and if not, I'll just give it a gentle nudge forward, and as it nudges forward, trim it and let go, and you will find that you can actually get this pretty solid, like the Shark, to be honest, once it's settled. It's still got a little bit of drift on it, but you can get rid of that. Right, so where are we? We're over these hills here. There's a few more hills. This is obviously too far away. It's 11k. I need to be about 8. These guys here are 5k away. If I go down to them, it's 326. Okay. But you get the gist. And this can be tweaked out, or if I wanted to stop it moving, I can put my hand on the stick, hit the button, and then it'll go through. And it does work, it's just I haven't bothered getting the last little bit out. It's just telling me there's no wind in there. It's not actually telling me that, it's not actually telling me it's moving backwards. You can see it's moving backwards, but 0 just means there's no wind. So it's got a bit of backwards drift because of how I trimmed it. Cheeky monkey. Right.
Missile, forward left.
So there's a missile somewhere.
Missile, forward.
Hopefully from those guys. Trouble is I can't hear shit. It might be towards me. Could be them firing. Let's get down quite low. Not the best place to come in from, is it? And again, I haven't got supplies. I should have bought supplies. Can you hear the game in the back? That's one of the Assassin's Creeds. I don't know whether it's picking. Can you hear that through the mic? Might not be picking it up. No, it goes silent when I stop talking, which is good.
check 124.
5x5.
You just need the radio check. 124.
Not sure. Could be Wiz. Did you hear my response then, by the way? Yeah or not? Sorry, do it again. Can't hear anything. That's not saying that mine isn't set up properly. Or yours is wrong. No, it's in game. SRS doesn't work as well on the server itself, but it would work if I set it up on my machine and we ran it from there. It's what?
Under radio, I think,
If you want a button, yeah, first of all you'd have to set up a VoIP button, just search for VoIP, but you need to have all your audio set up properly in the options, and if it's not set up there it won't work without you going out.
Might be worth just asking on Twitch to see if somebody just done a 124. I might have heard something.
I did respond, but I'm not sure if I'm responding. But somebody definitely did one, yeah. Who we got there? Someone in a shark, someone that is popping an A10. Or is it Ural and something else? Oh, it's over there. Just the A10. Don't blow the buildings up, pup. See, there's two helicopters there. That's the two guys. There they are, look. Hopefully that's not on.
Oh,
You're having fun today, aren't you? What for your radio? It's not power, is it?
No.
Going backwards again. There we go. I am. Look at it. Either way, the camera's on the helicopter, look. Which is not what I want, obviously. But
Spotted the football list.
why is this drifting off so much? Can't be that much wind, surely. As soon as I let go, it's off. And that shouldn't even be on yet. Well, there's a couple of targets there, and as I said, if you look on here, okay, it looks like a tank. Should be safe, assuming I've got the weapons on. Alright, rifle. Oh, shall I switch the weapon system on? Maybe. What do you reckon? Think it'll make it interesting? It's okay, we can see what we can see there. We got that zoomed in. Maybe, just maybe, we need to put this guy on, which is the man in the front. Is that one? No, that's the... So let's give it a rest and then just shoot these, and hopefully that's it. So there should be two targets. It's a wheeled vehicle and something else.
Startup complete.
That's what I forgot to put on. Let's see if he's gonna let me shoot.
Fixed wing. 7 o'clock. Searching.
What do I put the pilot on?
Slaving. De-slave.
Right, T-84.
Tracking target.
What weapons has he got? Rifle. Hopefully it's not going to shoot my own men. Shouldn't do. There's 3 vehicles there altogether. Can't see them all. one off shot at. See what happens. This ideally, if I make that the vid, as I said, I should be able to see what he's looking at. Ah, right, that's why they're up so high. Okay. Let's just try and get higher. I want to go forward. Slow it down just a little bit. Okay. Rifle. Next to shoot. Did that follow? Then it didn't, did it? Wrong button again. I've lost something somewhere. Alright, darling, this is not. There we go. Right, now if we go next to shoot. Rifle. Don't know why it went back there. Still going back to that. That must be the orange smoke. There's one of my missiles, look, by the looks of it. Don't know where that went. Let's do a quick scan. There he is. Rifle. Let's follow that in, see where that's going. I can't see my function buttons, bugger. Where's the missile? You right, darling?
Yeah.
Oh. It's already dead. Nice. And what's happening with my helicopter? Doing a few interesting maneuvers. Yeah, I sent a text message and a message on whatever that thing she uses. Nothing.
Okay.
So
When was that?
a bit earlier.
Oh, okay.
So I suspect, and I have no idea which way I'm pointing now. What the hell happened there? I think I cut my stick with my keyboard.
But you got nothing back, no?
So far, I haven't looked. You can have a look if you want.
Oh, okay.
No, that's my work phone. She won't be on there.
Where's your...
There.
What?
Here?
That's the one up.
Searching.
It'll be under extra special second
Yeah.
woman.
Stop. No, nothing.
Nothing back.
No. Just it's been delivered, but she hasn't read it.
Right, okay.
So she's probably knackered.
No. She's off Friday and Saturday, remember?
Oh, right.
So those helicopters are moved in now, look, have they? No, what
Could
the
be
hell?
the weather.
No.
No. Oh, okay. I don't know.
She could have forgot. It's a bit easier. What's going on with this? I'm going to get shot down in a minute, which I don't mind. I got to stop anyway, but let's try and give the pilot something to look at. How to what?
Take off on the desert.
Oh man.
Are we taking a trip to Waitrose soon?
What, today? Oh, you mean for something to eat?
Yeah.
Rifle, by the way. Got one left there, look.
Missile, path left.
Something shooting at me. Nickers, come on. Okie dokie. One thing left.
Missile, right.
I'll probably get blown up.
10 o'clock. Searching.
He's got the gun.
Wing. 10 o'clock. Searching.
I think this is still stuck on the FCR here.
Fixed wing. 9 o'clock. Searching.
What we got in there? It's neutral anyway now, so that's fine. Right, so land, get some points. I might get 20 this time. It's 100% better than before, eh? That needs to come off. I just need to land. Ah, oh no, it's alright. I thought my tail rotor might be a bit buggered then. But it's not. Oh, VRS. Oh,
RPM low.
yes, I know.
RPM low.
Yes, I know. RPM goes low when you over torque it. So this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, then got distracted. So if you're trying to ask for too much power and demand too much out of the engines, it will go, hang on, I can't do that, and it will start to lower the RPM, which is how it basically looks after itself. The effect of that is you lose your tail effectiveness, your tail rotor effectiveness, and also your main rotor, and then you just start to drop out the sky. Helicopters, and by some commercial pilots, are referred to as swirly whirly death machines, and to be honest, they have lots of ways of trying to kill you.
Said he'll be around later if you want to try out new tech.
I'm supposed to be going out, Johnny, but then I'll be out later than that. But I'm just waiting for someone to come by. But I will be on tomorrow anyway, streaming and stuff. Are we landed okay? Yeah, it looks like we have. Have I got any points? Have I, bugger? We need to drop supplies. And I haven't got any supplies. As is always the case, we need someone with supplies. Anyone got any supplies?
Supplies? Surprise.
Yeah, either.
Yes.
Ah, right, okay.
Oh, somebody was on comms then.
Yeah, Whizbit, I think. Was it Whiz or was it short round?
That didn't sound like short round to me.
It was Whizbit.
Ah, cheers, Whiz.
Yeah, I need to get these comms sorted so I can help them.
Right. Anyway, short round's got 8 ground units. Don't know whether I got any then. So they just killed them and I was just there when they blew up. Who knows? Right, I am going to have to wind up anyway for today. Sure, there's a thing. See if I actually got any points for that. Which... stats and budget. Budget overview. Stats. Air grade 1. That's 9. I have... oh, this is the whole mission. Oh, great. Never mind. Right, thank you very much for watching today. Hopefully there was some little bits. I must admit I haven't felt great and I wasn't sure whether I was going to stream, but I thought I'd maybe make an effort. Let me go and have a look, see who's streaming and pass you guys on. The others all just carry on, but I am supposed to be going out. This is the thing. So oh, Alex is on. Blinky's back on. I'll pass you over to Blinky.
On a good bunch of people and fly with them and have a great time. Just tend to avoid all the other stuff with it, to be honest.
Anyway, thank you very much for watching today. Hopefully I'll be a little bit better next week. Maybe I'll focus a bit more on going and shooting stuff instead of explaining things, but we'll see. It was quite relaxing for me. I don't know about you lot. Right, so I'm passing you over to Blinky. If you haven't got a follow for him, give him a follow. It's flying F-16 by the looks of it. Did that work? Oh no, I put the wrong name in there, didn't I? What am I like?
On air, yeah.
I missed a letter out. There we go. That's better. Do apologise. Right, so I'll pass you over. And as I said, thanks for watching. And give him a follow if you haven't seen him before. He's quite a good guy. See you all, and thanks.
See what's out there, nice and wide. Whoa, Mel with a ray.